Welcome to the regular meeting of the Cape Coral City Council. Today is May 6, 2026. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter.
Here.
Council members Donnell.
Here.
Kaduke.
Here.
Kilrain.
Here.
Lastra.
Here.
Long.
Here.
Steinke.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Item 5 is changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. City Management respectfully requests on behalf of the applicant that item 9B8, ordinance 2626 be withdrawn.
All right. Any other changes?
Motion to accept agenda with the noted exception.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduke.
Aye.
8 ayes. Motion carried.
Okay, move on to item 6, recognitions and achievements. First of which is presentation for City of Cape Coral Student of the Month. At this time, we're proud to share that the city is partnering with Lee County School District to recognize our May Students of the Month. We're excited to celebrate these outstanding students and their achievements, not only in the classroom, but also through their leadership, service, and positive contributions within the schools and throughout our community. These young individuals truly represent the bright future of our city. We commend each of them for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. And we are honored to recognize them this evening. Today, from the school board, I know we have Mr. Fisher, Jada Langford Fleming, Vanessa Chavala. How do you say your last name? There you go. Any other school board members?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then also we have Mr. Matthews, the Associate Superintendent, Mr. Jackson, the Principal of Cape Coral High School, Dr. Michaels from Mariner High School. Also, if you could come up, and gentlemen, please come forward to the front of the dais, and we'll recognize the students. Students, when you hear your name announced, please step forward to accept your certificate and take a quick photo.
26-26.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Jackson, proud principal at Cape Coral High School, and my student that I am recognizing is Maverick Bailey, senior, Cape Coral High School. Maverick has been an exceptional ambassador to our International Baccalaureate program. He is an active member of the IB Ambassadors Club, and he has played a key role in promoting and supporting the program, speaking at numerous recruitment events, including our school-wide and IB open houses. His peers have recognized him in his leadership and character, selecting him to speak at the IB junior and senior pinning ceremony, not once but twice, first as a junior and again this year as a senior. Maverick is well respected by his staff and all the staff and students, known for his positive attitude and respectful demeanor. Academically, Maverick is going to graduate with an outstanding 5.0 GPA. He has been accepted to Florida State University, where he plans to study mechanical engineering and commercial real estate. Beyond the classroom, Maverick is deeply involved in school and community life. He has participated in varsity sport, swimming and tennis, the National Honor Society, IB Ambassadors, the Red Cross Club, and Global Studies. In addition, he has balanced a part-time job, taught swim lessons and lifeguard classes, volunteered his time at Ding Darling Wildlife Refuge and Lover's Key. His dedication and leadership and commitment to service make him a true role model and an amazing Seahawk. Congratulations.
All right, good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Thomas Michael, and I am the proud principal of Mariner High School, and I am proud to introduce Yenislady Diaz, a senior at Mariner High School. Yenislady has achieved an exceptional weighted GPA of a 5.44, reflecting her commitment to academic excellence and her willingness to challenge herself with rigorous coursework. She serves as president of the National Honor Society and vice president of the Senior Class Board, demonstrating strong leadership and a genuine desire to make a positive impact with her school community. In addition to her academic and leadership achievements, she has completed over 130 hours of volunteer. Her volunteer work at the Cape Coral Animal Shelter highlights her compassion and dedication to helping others. Her accomplishments also include earning the Bright Futures Scholarship and obtaining her ACE diploma, both testaments to her hard work, perseverance, and commitment to success. Yenislady plans to attend Florida Gulf Coast University, where she will major in political science with the goal of becoming a paralegal. Her strong work ethic, leadership, and passion for service position her for a bright and successful future. Ladies and gentlemen, Yenislady Diaz.
It's always great to recognize the youth in our city and, you know, the leaders of the future. So I just want to congratulate both you and wish you all the luck in the world in your future endeavors and when you go off to college. Next on our agenda is a Community Recognitions Award, and I'll turn that over to our sitting manager.
It's a great honor to present this Community Recognition Award to exceptional young athletes who have brought statewide recognition to Cape Coral. Sophia Mayes and Brooke Bunch, members of the Cape Coral Rowing Club, recently won the FSRA Sweep State Championship Regatta in the women's pair category, earning the club's first ever state title. Competing at Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, they turned in an outstanding performance, winning their heat, posting the fastest time of the day, and then coming from behind in the grand final to secure the championship. That kind of finish speaks of their resilience, focus, and trust in one another. Sophia and Brooke are Cape Coral residents who also row for Bishop High School, and they're just getting started. After graduation, Sophia will continue her rowing career at MIT, while Brooke plans to row at the University of Florida as she pursues pre-med studies. On behalf of Cape Coral, it's my privilege to recognize Sophia Mayes and Brooke Bunch for this incredible achievement and for representing our city with pride. Thank you.
Congratulations on your achievement. Next item on the agenda, we have item number 5, which is item number 7, which is approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion regarding the minutes of the regular meeting of April 15th, 2026?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8 is business. 8A is the consent agenda. I will open up for any consent items to be pulled. I would like to pull item number 12, Resolution 115-26. And Councilmember Kadook.
Number 2, Resolution 60-26, and you've already pulled number 12. That's all.
All right, so we have a total of
Motion to approve the
13.
consent agenda with the removal of item 12 and item 2.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra. Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, item number 2, 60-26, Resolution 60-26. Councilmember Kadook, you pulled that item. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item because when you read our backup material, it really doesn't make sense, and I'm going to ask our city attorney why this is even necessary. It says in our backup, on or before July 1st of each even-numbered year, the city council shall conduct an annual review. But if it's every even-numbered year, that would be a biannual review. And also, I don't see why this is necessary whatsoever. If city council is appointing the youth council and city council sits on CTAC, why do we need to do this?
You're not wrong. I think what happened was it was just leftover language from when there was a holistic change to all the boards. For whatever reason, it probably should have been repealed. It just probably is a holdover legacy language from when you had different boards and commissions that you've essentially eliminated since that time.
How do we get rid of it now?
If there is a consensus of you all, I could bring back a repeal ordinance of this entire matter if you're all in agreement. I mean, it makes sense. I really don't understand why it's there. And I know what your point is from the way it's written. It seems
Well, and I know we didn't do it last year because I was the chair of CTAC and I signed no documents.
It was done, I think, the year before.
Exactly, but it says annually.
So my recommendation would be just to repeal it unless you all think that there's validity to it, but I don't see where there's any validity to it. To Councilmember Kadook's point, you all are sitting on the CTAC, and the Youth Council is really designated as a fact-finding organization that's set forth by ordinance. So I don't see where it would be necessary for have this recurring, whether it's yearly or or every 2 years. So my recommendation would be for the repeal. If there's consensus, I could have that for you at the next regular meeting.
Okay, so how do we move forward this evening?
I would approve it.
Okay,
And then once you approve it, it will remain. And then when we repeal it, it will be no longer an issue.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Seeing no other lights on, I will entertain a motion for Resolution 60-26.
Motion to approve Resolution 60-26.
Second.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain.
Yes.
Lastra.
Aye.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
I'm the one that pulled Resolution 115-26 and looking for some clarity. I don't really understand the purpose of this particular ordinance. Resolution. When you look at Section 5.1.6 of our Code of Ordinances, this is already outlined pretty specifically. And when you go when you look at that particular section under Section B, number 6, subtitle D, the applicant executes a hold harmless and indemnification agreement in a form approved by the city attorney. When you look at the resolution that's before us today, for some reason, we have incorporated the city manager and his staff for approval and the city attorney's office for their approval, which we've never done that before. So I'm trying to get some clarity on that. When I had asked about this from the city manager's office, it said that this was generated from the city attorney's office. And the reason that I was told was there was some inconsistencies when this was applied, when it wasn't applied. So to me, that is a staff requirement and a staff issue that needs to be resolved. So I'm trying to understand why we have to have two different silos of our government, one in the city manager's office and one in the city attorney's office to approve it, where we've been doing this for many years just through the city manager's office. I've actually participated and done these particular forms probably, I know on 2 occasions, maybe even 3 myself. So I'm quite familiar with the process. So just looking for some clarity there.
So this is a legal document, and the best practices for a legal document is that the receiving party actually execute that document as well. Based upon my understanding is that doesn't seem to have occurred on any consistent basis. And this doesn't really alter the process or the requirements. It just identifies that moving forward, that for those instances where they are in fact going to be putting something within the city's easements, that there is in fact a hold harmless agreement that is not only executed by the actual property owner, but also by the government in itself. And all this does, it doesn't alter it, doesn't modify it. It just identifies who's legally responsible for executing this document, which has a legal force and effect in the event that we do have to go forward and do some type of work within those easements. And then at that point in time, there's clear understanding that the city council has identified the city manager and their designee, the city attorney or their designee, responsible for ensuring that the legal requirements of this document has the full force and effect of the law. That's all that it is. It's just best practices. And it seems that this may have not necessarily been followed to the level that I would have been comfortable with moving forward, considering all the things that we presently have now allowed within our utility and drainage easements. That's all it is, which is different from right away.
Right, exactly. And I know in the past, and even under our code of ordinances here, it's been a simple form that we fill out. That was apparently approved by a city attorney's office that the applicant would just sign. Typically would have to go over to Lee County and be registered.
Recorded.
With the courts, and then brought back over and submitted to the city.
What I will tell you, some of the legacy documents that may have been authorized prior to my tenure here, there's been shifts in the law and modifications to the law, and this is really modernizing and ensuring that the city's interests are legally protected. That's really what this is all about. I would recommend it because, again, this is a legal document that insulates the city's liability. So it would be prudent to identify who is legally responsible from administration to execute that document, and then who would be legally responsible to ensure that it meets all the legal requirements and protections for that as well, and that's executed by the city attorney's office. It's my recommendation. It just clears things up and identifies without any ambiguity moving forward what the responsibilities are of both administration and the city attorney's office.
Would you be able to articulate a form in writing that could be generally applied? Because I know that's what we've done in the past. Even if you feel that the form that we have now is inadequate, could that form be revised where basically you just put in the property owner's name, have it notarized, and then submit, so we don't have to go through this lengthy process that you were describing?
I agree with you, and the plan is, in fact, to create a uniform template, hold harmless indemnification, where the property owner will then submit it, and then it will be executed by both the city attorney and someone from administration.
Right.
But it's just to provide uniformity, best practices, just clearing up some of the things that may have been missing in the past.
Mr. City Manager.
I can tell you from administration, it will remain with development services. They will not be required to come up to the city manager's office. So I would continue the process as it exists today and keep it right in the permitting area.
Yeah, to me, I mean, for me, even though it's a legal document, I understand the legal document. That legal document is drafted and provided by the city attorney's office, like it has been in the past, even if it has to be revised. We're just adding additional steps that I don't think that we really need. So I probably will not support the initiative. I think we have been doing it. If the form needs to be revised to keep the process streamlined, let development services or the city manager or his designee continue. I just think that we're commingling two different departments, and once that form, however it may be, is approved by the city attorney's office, I think it could be applied quickly and easier at the staff level that's doing the day-to-day operations and development services. So that would be my recommendations. Councilmember Cadut.
Thank you, Mayor. In my one-on-one, we had a great debate, a long, lengthy debate. So if this was already approved and in place, I'm currently in the UEP, my roads are torn up, I have pipes everywhere, water flowing everywhere. And this contractor installed casing pipe underneath my pavered driveway as they did a directional drill. If this was already in place, would I be responsible for replacing my custom pavered driveway?
That's the right of way.
That's the right of way, which is under a different section of the code and is inapplicable based upon what you just said.
Because we're talking easements.
We're talking about drainage and utility easements. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So why and where did it come from? This sounds like we're just missing it at the staff level.
Say it one more time.
Why is this here today?
Well, as I stated earlier, there was certain circumstances where no one would be signing it on behalf of administration. It'd be only signed by the property owner. There's variations thereof throughout the process. So in order to ensure that there's uniformity and to avoid any ambiguity as to who it is and what is responsible for execution of it, we thought that it would be appropriate for this legal document to be ultimately identified by way of a process, and this is that process. That's what it just meant, to identify and ensure uniformity of application.
Okay, thank you.
You in your statement there, you said we. Who's we? You said we thought it was.
Oh, my office.
Your office.
My office. My office, and speaking with DSD.
And I guess my question would be to the city manager real quick, and then I'll go to Councilmember Steinke. If we continue in the forms revised, we continue with staff implementing this like they have for several years, are you still okay with that process?
I am. I can have a discussion with the city attorney and my staff. Some issues apparently have not risen to my level to resolve, and sounds like maybe they've discussed some things directly with the city attorney, which is okay. I ask for them all to be as efficient as possible. So if that is the direction of council, I'll figure out if there's any issues that we need to resolve.
Thank you, Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. When I read this, all I thought that it was in typical contracts, if you will, or agreements, all parties to the agreement have to execute it. And as I looked at this, basically we have two parties. We've got the city and we've got the applicant. And if they did not have this document, they couldn't put their pool pipes there. that right?
If they did not submit this document, they couldn't put their pool pipes in the PUE?
Right.
You're correct.
Right. So without the document, they couldn't do it. So if they want to do it, they have to get the city's permission to do it. And this
Correct.
document gives that permission.
That's one of the elements necessary for obtaining the appropriate authorization. You're correct.
So if I were an applicant, I would want to make sure that I had some evidence that the city approved me.
Well, that,
And that endorsement is, and that's how I read this, was that's to make sure that the applicant applied and the city accepted to have both signatures on the document. That's all I saw in it. The concern that I would have, and I think it's similar to the concern that the mayor brings up, is to get that signature, how many hours, days, or weeks does that put in the process of approval to have one more step in the process to get that other signature on the document?
and that I really couldn't answer. I mean, I sign stuff on a regular occasion, but what I will tell you, as I stated earlier, best practices is to always have both the recipient and the giver executing a legally binding document. To your point, it's best practice. What we found is that there may have not been those set of circumstances occurring. So this wasn't really meant to be that much of a debatable issue. I thought that it'd be just best practices, but clearly I was mistaken. And just trying to identify uniformity and consistency moving forward so that no one can ever at any later point in time say that they were not aware. That's all. If you believe that is problematic, then we'll certainly deal with the circumstances as they arise. But this is nothing more than establishing a best practice.
Okay. That being said, unless there was a concern that it was going to lengthen the process, I can see where having both signatures on there on a document with involved parties would make sense. Thank you.
And just to clarify real quickly, Councilmember Steinke, because I've done 2 or 3 of these. Once you sign the document and city staff signs the document, you have to go over to the Lee County Clerk of Court and actually file that document, which it's certified and applied to the property and stays with the property. That's why you have to go over and fill out this document. So there is a record on file, what I would consider from a third party, which is the county, where you have to actually go file the document. They look at it, they make sure it's been filled out properly, it's been notarized, they scan it, they certify it, and then it is attached to the property. So that's how the process works. So just want to make sure everybody was.
And there's been a slew of issues regarding recording of legal documents that the other individual may not be aware of. While I understand what the mayor is saying, we're finding out that there's a lot of fraud that's occurring. So the point of having that document executed by both parties just ensures that the city is aware that you have in fact followed and complied with the requirements of the code. And again, it just boils down to best practices. That's it.
Mr. City Manager.
Thanks. I just want to discuss the process a little bit so that you understand how this works in the flow. So if a contractor is or owner builder is submitting for a permit and they have identified that there is going to be something in a PUE, we have available online in our permit document center, the template hold harmless that they fill out and submit that as part of the packet. It gets reviewed as part of the permit review phase. If they don't submit that, or they don't know they need to, let's say it's a brand new contractor or an owner builder, then it becomes a rejection comment and they're told where to go get it and then resubmit that. And once we have it, then we can issue the permit. So, and it then also is, we know that we have it for something that's identified in the PUE. So I just wanted to let you know that the document is out there, it's available. Most of the industry knows it's a requirement. We have it as part of our review checks. But if for some reason they don't submit it and we identify stuff in the PUE, they're told on this sheet or this item, it's identified being in the PUE. Can you clarify if it is supposed to be, or if that's just a drawing error? And if it is supposed to be, then they're told where to go and to fill out that document. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, my only question on it would be if city attorney would be comfortable in the document that exists now or one that could be developed, that you'd get enough parameters in that document to satisfy your need from a legal requirement, or it doesn't have to be grassroots every time. So you could probably do it so that it covers a whole schedule of items that might come up. And if you're comfortable with that, we could prepare it, then I don't see any need for a second evaluation on it.
When you say
The form itself, if that
the
could be
form
done.
itself probably will have to be modernized and updated,
Okay.
right? So there's a requirement that it be submitted. There's references to sometimes it being signed and sometimes it not being signed. So this is meant to ensure that it does in fact get signed. So if it doesn't get signed by administrative staff, then Ed Legal sees it, we'll make sure that it gets executed. There's a logical reason behind ensuring that there's a uniform application of a legally binding document regarding a hold harmless indemnification provision. That's to ensure that there is in fact the appropriate compliance and the appropriate protections for the city. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. I certainly understand. We have no problem modernizing it, but it's just nothing more than a mechanism of a check and balance.
My question is directly at that point. If, for instance, the current document does not satisfy you, that would be done satisfactorily in the many cases that we've seen.
If I don't see it, for example, if my office does not sign off on the hold harmless indemnification, I wouldn't know whether or not it was properly executed by all the parties.
So you couldn't just capture your requirements based on
It's
a
a
form.
check. That's all it is. And sometimes, it's important for this check. If you all don't think that it is important, then it's a non-issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
One last question for me, because we've heard the process that the city manager had disclosed. And like I said, I've done this many times, or at least 3 times, 2 to 3 times. Once you go over to the county and you register it and you get it stamped and certified and you bring it back, you turn it in to the counter development services, then staff goes ahead and yes, they got that, that's approved. And they keep moving through the process as far as their permit's concerned. So my question to you is, if there's a breakdown in staff, as you had articulated, that they're not doing it every time, even though you have to maybe sign it, how's that breakdown under the city manager's staff?
I would be the final, normally the legal is the final entry for the document itself.
All right, and then my next question is, we're adding a step in this process because it's got to be approved by the city manager and his staff. And with this resolution, it's going to your office. How long is it going to take your office? Because we're adding a step. Councilmember Steinke had brought up, if it lengthens the process, well, if we're adding a next step, how long is it going to take your office to turn it around?
I turn things around on a daily basis.
Well, you turn things around on a weekly basis too.
Well,
what do you think in this situation? Is it going to be the next day your office will be getting that form back to the?
It's a matter of ensuring that it's properly executed with all the appropriate information. And once that's done, it's signed off. I can't imagine it being more than a day or 2 at best.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
If you are going to approve this, it's going to be an electronic document, so we can add them as a reviewer, and they would have the same timeframes as our reviewers. So they would just be another one of the ones looking at the document.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to catch up here. A lot of talking. It's procedural, it sounds like, to some degree, right? I mean, it sounds like it's somewhat of a babysitting provision with regards to what's been taking place versus what you'd like to be taking place with the material, the subject matter remaining the same.
Yes, it's just ensuring that there's,
So why can't we just tell them to sign the damn paper at the staff level? Why are we doing all this here as far as memorializing it? I mean, am I missing something? All of this is because we want to make sure it goes to your office so you can make sure that staff did
it's.
what they were supposed to do or what they
It's
had.
ensuring that like we've done in other situations where we've delegated the legal documents to either the city attorney and the city manager. We've done that on previous occasions for hold harmless and other indemnifications for other matters. This is just another mechanism of identifying who's responsible for ensuring compliance with these provisions of the code.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it's already been said. It's kind of redundant. I just signed the dang paper at the staff level and make somebody on staff, make sure somebody else on staff does it. I don't know why we're here doing this. It was consent, so I understand what it was supposed to just be quick, kind of a housekeeping deal, but it's not. Now that it's been talked about, I can't support stuff like that. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, I mean, this sounds like a staff issue. That's his responsibility to correct if there is an issue. And to then try to bring the city attorney's office and monitor and regulate what city staff is doing, that's clearly outside the charter. It's a little complexing to me why we're even here today, but I see no other lights on. And I will entertain a motion for resolution 115-26.
Motion to deny.
I'll second that motion. Any other discussions?
Watch a second.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Yes.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell. No. Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduk.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay. Motion to deny carried.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8B is appointments to boards and committees. First of which, there, as of Wednesday, April 29th, 2026, we had a member who was a junior on the youth council, Mr. Brody from Ida Baker High School had tendered his resignation. As a result, that particular position is open. I know we've recently had appointed members to the youth council. Apparently, we have 2 other applicants that are still that had still applied for these positions. That the applications, or they still have an interest to be on the youth council, and so that's why we find ourselves here today. Apparently, there are 2 individuals, and Mr. Morgan, or I'm sorry, Miss Morgan from Oasis High School, and a Miss Garcia from North Fort Myers High School that are still have their applications on file. So I think we're here today to appoint one of those particular positions. I see a couple lights on. Is that a result of this conversation?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that we do still have these 2 open applications. However, we were able to interview Ms. Moran, and sadly, Ms. Garcia, didn't come to either interview session. So I would like to make a motion to appoint Jasmine Moran from Oasis High School to the Youth Council, and somebody can second it for discussion if you'd like.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain.
That's the motion I was going to make too, so we're on the same page.
Okay. See no other lights on. We have a motion to second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduk.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, item 8C is unfinished business. C1 is follow-up items for council, none listed. The next item, number 2, is follow-up items for city management. There's no items listed. I see Councilmember Lehman, your light's on, so before we go any further, we'll see what.
Yes, regarding the lease agreement for the Dragon Boaters, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, I've asked for it repeatedly. I keep getting told you're in the process. You're working on it. When can we expect to see that? That's for going to the north, top of the north spreader at Crystal Lake for the Dragon Boaters.
What I'm awaiting is to see if the rowing club is going there, because if they are, then that's going to impact where the dragon boats go. So I'm on hold. We can issue them a temporary one if they want. That's fine. I mean, we can work with them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, and there was nothing under follow-up items for city management, so we'll go to item 9, which is ordinance and resolutions. 9A is public hearings, quasi-judicial hearings, first of which is Resolution 91-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Resolution 91-26, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, providing for the vacation of plat for a portion of alley right-of-way between lots 1 through 41 and lots 42 through 82, block 4185, unit 59, providing for the vacation of platted easements located within lots 34 through 37 and lots 47 through 49, block 4185, unit 59, providing for the vacation of easements underlying the alley right-of-way between lots 34 through 37 and lots 46 through 49, block 4185, unit 59. Properties located at 3300 through 3510 Tropicana Parkway and 3301 through 3513 Northwest 7th Terrace, providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to Resolution 91-26, if there are any ex parte communications regarding this matter, this would be the time to disclose them by the council.
Any ex parte communications that council needs to divulge? Nope. All right. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Anyone wishing to speak or provide testimony must be sworn in. So if you're here for Resolution 91-26 and you wish to participate in the public hearing, you must stand and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to staff. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. For the record, Mike Struve, Planning Team Coordinator with the Planning Division. This is the first of 2 city-initiated vacation requests. Again, the applicant is the city of Cape Coral. The city in this case is requesting to vacate a platted alley right-of-way located in block 4185. In addition, the city is requesting to vacate easements underlying the alley right-of-way only between lots 34 and 37 and 46 through 49. And then lastly, the city is requesting to vacate interior platted easements located in lots 34 through 37 and 47 through 49. This particular block has frontage on Tropicana Parkway and is located a short distance west of Burnt Store Road. This is an aerial map. The subject block is outlined in red with the individual parcels outlined in red as well. The city owns several sites on the eastern side of this block, and many of those sites are rather small, under 10,000 square feet. The surrounding uses consist mainly of scattered single-family homes, although there are some commercial uses located to the east along Burnt Store Road. Subject block has split zoning. The western half of the subject block has single-family or R1 zoning. The eastern end of the block, where the city owns several sites, has professional office zoning. This block has 56 sites. The total area of the block is over 11 acres. There's a unimproved 20-foot wide alley that divides the subject block into northern and southern halves. The city owns 14 sites on the east end of the block. And the purpose of this vacation is to eliminate this alleyway to allow the city to combine sites that they own north and south of the block and join or strap those properties together for constructing a master pump station that is important for helping to deliver centralized utilities to the North 3 UEP area. This sketch shows the portion of the alleyway in its entirety that would be eliminated or vacated if this request is approved. This shows the underlying easements that are requested to be vacated that are located between properties that the city owns on the north and south sides of the block. And then lastly, this sketch shows platted easements, interior platted easements that would be vacated to provide for an unencumbered site for developing the property. The city would be retaining a 6-foot wide perimeter easement around the site, which is customary in these cases. Staff has reviewed this case consistent with those standards found in section 3.4.5 of the Land Development Code. The first is, are the easements and right-of-way required for a future transportation, water management, or utility purpose? And staff finds that, in essence, no, that is not the case. The alleyway is not needed. Secondly, are new easements required to accommodate the vacation of easements and right-of-way requested to be vacated? The answer to that also is no, although the city will be retaining a 6-foot wide perimeter easement around their site. 3, are alternative routes required or available that do not cause adverse impacts to the surrounding area? Alternative routes are not required in this instance, as all properties in the subject block have frontage along a public street. 4th, will the closure of a right-of-way negatively affect areas used for vehicles to turn around and exit an area? The answer to that is no. And then lastly, have the utility providers reviewed this particular request and given their consent? And the answer is yes, with conditions. The hearing examiner reviewed this particular request and recommended approval with conditions. Staff recommends approval with those same conditions that appear in the resolution before you. We have received to date 5 phone calls concerning this particular request, with all of those individuals just requesting more information about this particular application, and I'll stand by in case you have questions.
Okay, thank you. Since we are the applicant, I'll move on to open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on Resolution 91-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding Resolution 91-26?
Motion to approve.
And I have a motion and a second. Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, what were the conditions that were requested to go along with this by the?
The conditions included that the vacations of the right-of-way underlying easements would be consistent with the sketches that are part of your public hearing packet. It also included retaining a perimeter easement around the city site. And then the other condition that I recall is that if there are any utilities that are disturbed during construction activities, the developer would be required to repair those facilities at developer's cost.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastro,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Gaduk,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to Resolution 92-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Resolution 92-26, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, providing for the vacation of plat for a portion of alley right-of-way and underlying easements between lots 1 through 21 and lots 22 through 43, block 4278, unit 61. Providing for the vacation of interior platted easements located within lots 19 through 21 and lots 22 through 26, block 4278, unit 61. Properties located at 3246 through 3322 Northwest 16th Terrace and 3235 through 3327 Gulfstream Parkway. Providing for an effective date.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to resolution number 92-26, if this is a quasi-judicial matter, if there's any ex parte communications, they need to be disclosed at this point in time.
Any ex parte communications anyone needs to divulge? Okay, seeing none, this is a quasi judicial hearing. Anyone wishing to speak or provide testimony regarding Resolution 92-26 and participate in the public hearing must be sworn in. Please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Struve again.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Mike Struve, Planning Team Coordinator with the City Planning Division. This is the second of two city-initiated vacation requests. This particular request bears a lot of similarities to the first case that you just heard and voted on. City, again, is serving as the applicant. In this particular case, the city is requesting to vacate a platted alley and all underlying easements located in Block 4278, and is requesting to vacate interior platted easements located in lots 19 through 21 and 22 through 26 in that same block. These particular properties all have frontage on Gulfstream Parkway and again are located a relatively short distance west of Burnt Store Road. This is an aerial of the subject block. It's has a much reduced area compared to the previous block that was in the last case. There are several single-family homes located in the subject block, and outside the subject block itself, the area is characterized largely by scattered single-family homes as well. Subject block has a single-family future land use classification and single-family residential zoning. 20 sites within the subject block totaling about 5 acres. Again, there's a 20-foot wide unimproved alley that divides the block into northern and southern halves. The city owns 5 sites on the east end, again, of the block. And these vacations are requested to allow the city to join those sites on each side of the alleyway into a single site for constructing a master pump station, again, for facilitating the delivery of centralized utilities as part of the North 3 UEP area. These two sketches show the alleyway that would be vacated on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side of the screen, the end caps of each alley were retaining 6-foot wide easements to provide a perimeter easement around the entire block. This shows the city sites and the interior platted easements that are requested to be vacated. The city again would be retaining a 6-foot wide perimeter easement around the resultant parcel. Again, we've reviewed this request consistent with section 3.4.5 of the Land Development Code and those 5 standards. Staff has found that the city has met all 5 standards necessary for recommending approval of a vacation, and in particular has also received approvals from all the affected utility providers. Hearing examiner reviewed this request and recommended approval with conditions. Again, staff recommends approval of the requested vacations with those same conditions. We've received 1 phone call concerning this case, again, from an individual that was seeking more information about the request, and I'll stand by in case you have questions.
Okay, since the applicant is the city, I'll move on to the public, open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on Resolution 92-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding Resolution 92-26?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Chanel, Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduk,
Aye.
7 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on. Item 9B is legislative public hearings, first of which is ordinance 1-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title and set the public, please read the title for the final public hearing.
Ordinance 1-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida comprehensive plan by amending the future land use map from mixed use to light industrial for a portion of land lying in section 30, township 43 south, range 24 east, as more particularly described herein, and amending the future land use map from mixed use to natural resources / preserve land use for a portion of land lying in section 30, township 43 south, range 24 east, as more particularly described herein, providing for severability and an effective date.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to staff, and good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. For the record, Anthony Santora, Senior Planner, I'm here today to talk to you about the second public hearing for the large-scale map amendment for 2 areas located in the previously identified academic village. If you may recall, this item was brought before you on February 18th for initial approval and transmittal to the state. We transmitted to the state, received state comments. There were no comments except for one from the water department, making sure that we verify that utilities will be available for the industrial portion of the identified future land use area. Pursuant to Florida statutes, we are required to have the second public hearing for final adoption, which we are having now. And I have the full presentation if you would like a refresher on the area and location and the request. If not, I will stand by for any further questions that you may have.
Everybody okay, the backup material in the previous presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will now open up the final public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 1-26, please come forward. If you, yeah, the podium to my left.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Paula Schulteis. I live in Coral Lakes Community Association, which is a property adjacent to a portion of this property. And although the specific tract that you all are speaking about today is not directly adjacent to us, there are some concerns given the other areas around it. I appreciate that one of the zoning requests is to be zoned natural preserved, as we have a bald eagle that sits behind my house on the pole, on the electrical pole near the property. We have a lot of other wildlife in the area that should remain protected. My concern is the rezoning of the section that is industrial. In 2023, the council approved the property at tract C2 and A7 in Coral Lakes to be rezoned to a light industrial. This area has become a dump site for yard debris and concrete that's being mulched daily right behind our homes. So the approval from the council required a minimum of a 20-foot buffer for landscaping with a minimum of an 8-foot fence put in place, and this has never been done. So the concern is whether or not the regulations that are outlined in the PDP and in the future land use development would also be followed. The other concern I have is that it doesn't really specify what industrial is going to be rezoned to, whether it's going to be buildings and warehouses or an extension of concrete and mulching. So for those reasons, myself and many members of Coral Lakes Community Association are opposed to changing this land.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Gaywood. I live in Coral Lakes, and I have some of the same concern that the previous speaker speaks on. Because if it's not specifically state what the light industrial going to be, there's no way I could live in Coral Lakes with those folks grinding concrete at a 30-foot level that basically infested my whole backyard. I'm asthmatic, I can't breathe, I'm cleaning 24/7. So there's no way, I'm asking the council to be more specific on what light industrial going to be in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Julia Tari. Take out the trash, Cape Coral. I have the same question as them. I don't live there, but I pass there all the time. I think this is too vague. It doesn't tell anybody what you're going to do. And since the biggest pet peeve we have here is transparency, maybe you should go back and you didn't put it up there. Nobody knows what's going on with this piece of property. So maybe you should be a little more specific before you vote on something like this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keith Wolfenden. I live in Coral Lakes also. I moved there just over 3 years ago, and at the time they had just started to talk about approving that piece of land that we're talking about. That was being changed from, I guess it was zoned for basically, it was storage units. They changed it to light industrial, and I was told by the people that were trying to get this changed, that I talked to the attorney. He said, all we're talking about is putting some small buildings back there, maybe 1, maybe 12. I said, could you have a retaining wall, one of the sound dampening walls there, which would be helpful for us. That was not done. And then they end up making these mulching piles, which basically go all day long. All the mulch comes from extreme demolition. They dump it back there all day. It runs 6 days a week. It's noisy. We're breathing all this in all day long. It's concrete, it's wood, it's everything else. So like I say, we would like to know exactly what they're talking about, this rezoning. When it said light industrial, the last time we were totally misinformed as far as what we thought it was going to be to what it became now. I don't know if what it is even legally binding. Maybe it is, but like I said, we've complained numerous times about all the dust and everything else that we're breathing in. It covers our homes. And we're worried about what you're going to do if this changes to light industrial, if it's going to be an extension of this, if it's going to be even more of what we have already right now, which is really hard to live with, but we really don't have a choice. So on my only, like I say, I would just like to make sure that before this gets passed for light industrial, we have a little more information on exactly what they're planning on doing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on ordinance 1-26? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. And I will entertain a motion regarding ordinance 1-26 before I open up for discussion.
Motion to approve.
Second for discussion.
Okay. And Councilmember Laster?
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, thank you. Could you please address, so just for the public, what this gentleman said in the beginning, we all get this information in our backup materials. So prior to these meetings, we study that information, but you're correct. Let's go ahead and pull up the map so that we can answer the questions of these citizens, and particularly the young gentleman who spoke about where his house is located versus this site.
Sure.
And then if you could talk about light industrial and what exactly that means.
Sure.
Thank
So
you, sir.
the first thing I will say is to clarify is that this is a future land use amendment, not a rezoning amendment.
Okay.
There will be a subsequent rezoning amendment that has to follow. The future land use amendment, basically your future land use dictates the type of zoning districts that you can have within the area. And then your zoning district will inform the uses. We have a table of uses that are in our land development code. For the industrial, we would be seeking the industrial zoning district, and there are a bevy of uses, some of them moderate, some of them light, but we'll see in the map what the ultimate intention of the rezone for that industrial section is. So just to kind of touch briefly on it, we're looking at roughly 70 acres of site split between two areas, one being the industrial park extension and one being the preservation area. So the intent of the industrial area is to provide for future development opportunities in our industrial area. Cape Coral has very limited industrial space, even more so than commercial. And so when we have opportunities to expand the industrial base of the city, bring in additional tax revenue, obviously we want to explore those opportunities and do so where they make the most sense. Speaking to specific requirements with uses within our table of uses, there are requirements for industrial to be buffered, especially when it comes to residential. There are specific things that must be done when a permit is approved. If those are not being done, then I would recommend that reach out to code enforcement to make sure that those are getting done if they weren't done at the time, so that we can adequately address those. But moving back into this, so you can see the two portions here outlined. The industrial section is subject parcel 1. This is outlined in the red section here. You can see the existing industrial park operating to the west of the site. And then the outlined area in blue, identified as subject parcel 2, this is the preservation area. So the intention is to ultimately expand the light industrial parkway over in this area. Again, this is all city-owned property, to increase the amount of light industrial that we had. Now, specifically for uses, I believe the houses the gentleman was speaking about, is that somewhere over in this direction, sir? Up to the north up here? Okay, yep. So you can see the separation distance between, and I think this is what the gentleman was referring to in those mulching piles and things like that, correct? Okay. So you can see we are farther south than that. And again, the use table is expansive, like I had said before, but what we envision this as more of an extension of this industrial park here with some buildings, light manufacturing, storage, those types of things, as an extension of this with frontage on Kismet for that. Again, there is still this buffering area here, which the city, I believe the city still owns this portion of it. And then the preservation area here, none of this outside this buffer area is going to be changing. So with that, you can see currently the industrial expands all the way up to here. Currently, this is in the MX, the mixed use future land use classification. And the intent is to, again, bring that down and then make that preserve. So like I said, we will be coming, if this does get approved, for an industrial and preservation zoning change for these two properties in the future, just to align that future land use map, or excuse me, align the future land use map with the rezoning classifications for those properties. Did that help clarify?
Yes, Mr. Santora, thank you so much. So to the resident who talked about the mulching and the difficulty breathing and what Mr. Santora stated, which is, you know, if it's a nuisance or if it's an issue and we're out of code compliance, please call and report that so we can verify that. And then due to the proximity of the other gentleman that spoke to where your house is, and you just heard the definition of light industrial, and you have preserve around that area. I don't know if you saw that from the map, so I don't know if that helps you. But because of that, hold on, sir, it's not a two-way dialogue. I apologize. But if you see that, you have that, all that gray, right? All the gray, and that's all industrial. And so that's already zoned, but what we're talking about, changing this land use is in far proximity to the homes, your home. So I wanted to clarify that on the map for you, sir. And just make you aware of that, because right around your home, it looks like we already have industrial that's nearby and it's already active. So because of this and because of that explanation, I'm going to support this change, because we do have such limited, and because of where this is and the proximity of where the homes are and the residents are to this, I'm going to support it. So thank you for that clarification, Mr. Santora. And sir, if you have any additional questions, feel free to reach out to any one of us up on this dais. Ma'am, you as well. You can email us and we'd be happy to speak with you further. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, I originally was going to address some of the that with regards to the flume versus the zoning, and then just to kind of further bolster it, we have a use table as well that identifies all the potential uses in the light industrial, if and when that time comes for the zoning. So I would encourage you guys, if this thing moves forward, to certainly take a look at that, and that should cover almost everything that could potentially go there, absent some sort of variance. And then just wanted to put out there again, this is the same site that's subject to two, now I believe 2 confidential proposals to purchase from the city. Is that correct?
One confidential, one wasn't.
Two proposals. Okay, so this is the same discussion that we had, just to remind this body that I had brought up. So I'm not going to rehash that. I just want to make sure that it's known that that's the reason for my denial here. Just some discomfort with how this has all come about with regards to that. Some adjacent properties and purchases. It's just not something that sits right with me, as I indicated last time. So I'm gonna vote no on this one. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilbrain.
Yeah, the two prior council persons identified the issues I was going to bring out. I think it was important really to bring up the map and show the area as compared to the barrier areas that would be adjacent to the subject properties that were being discussed. And also the fact that we had a prior offer on this property, and this will help to move that forward, hopefully. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. The city manager and I actually went to someone's home, and we did get to hear the beeping and see the mulch that is filming the top of people's pools there. So it is a concern, and we have tried to do the right thing. It's far away, but the wind does blow. I do understand their concerns, and this is my district, so for that reason, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 points. One, do we have any indication that the mulching operation that's there is to be increased with this change?
So that looks to be on property that is outside of this area. I have no knowledge of anybody expanding down that operation. That's not something I could specifically answer to. I could only say that potential uses when it does get developed, if it does get developed with a rezone to industrial district, would be permissible within the use table. If that is an identified use in the use table, it could be expanded down. Again, I don't know if that is something that is directly planned. I'd have no knowledge of that.
Okay, and so whether this is approved or denied this evening, that will have no effect on the current mulching operations that are going on there.
That is correct. That is on a separate property that is to the north of this subject area.
Okay, thank you.
We own this property.
Right.
So nobody can come onto us unless we approve it or you all agree to sell it. So
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then the second piece of it was with the concern of the protected species with the bald eagle issue. Regardless of what's done there are requirements of construction and operations within 1,000 feet, is it? About bald eagle?
I thought it was 6 to 1,000, somewhere around there.
I mean, but whether, once again, yes or no to this, anything that happens within that perimeter of that bald eagle nest still will have to conform to the requirements, regardless of how it's land use or zoned.
Correct. Any developments or properties, they do have to make sure that they are abiding by regulations and requirements for the preservation of our endangered species. So not only bald eagles, but our burrowing owls and gopher tortoises as well.
So regardless, once again, of approval or denial, the concern around protected species are not affected by approval or denial of this issue tonight.
In regards to the existing bald eagle or
Correct.
all endangered?
And any of the endangered species that would be within
Regardless
those
of that, if you look in the handout material in the staff report, it is identified that any development, if development does occur, they still have to mitigate any type of damage or impact that they would have on any of those protected species that are
regardless of land use and zoning.
correct.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm trying to find the light industrial uses.
Table 4.1.6 in Article 4.
Okay, so that could potentially be a solid waste transfer station.
If it is identified, I believe it is.
So now they get mulch and trash.
Well, again, if it's an identified use, it could be permissible there.
Right. I'm a no, thanks.
Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you. One last clarification, say it, or Mr. City Manager, say it again. We would still have to vote on that, correct? Like, it's our property, so we would still have to vote. So if you came to us and said, you know, we're selling the property and Waste Pro wants to buy this as a transfer station, we would still have to approve that, correct?
So we'll handle both. You have an agreement, a use agreement,
Correct.
or a lease or a license.
Right.
You all would have to approve that. So council has the ultimate control, and then a sale, you all have the ultimate control over a
Right.
sale. So it doesn't matter what happens on here,
Mm-hmm.
you all would have the ability to
look at what the intended use is.
Mhm.
The reason we brought it forward was for the need for industrial. We had economic
Sure,
development.
sure.
We said we've always discussed having this be an extension of the industrial park.
Mhm.
And we would like to market it for economic development incentives to
Right,
get
so
people
it
to
could be
come.
like Bones Coffee, or it could be, rather than a
More-
transfer
more
station,
warehouses,
or- And I'm just clarifying Councilmember Caduk's concern, because it is her district, and I understand that.
We've spoken about, I understand. their
Okay,
concern.
okay, but I just want to clarify that, like, we would still have to make that decision. And best case scenario, we get another Bones Coffee, or we
If I-
get Storm Smart or something else, right?
If I brought, well, I'll just use your example. If we brought you an economic development incentive or a sale for a solid waste transfer station and you all did not want to approve it,
Right, not at that
it
location.
wouldn't happen.
Okay, just clarifying, thank you.
Just a couple quick questions for me. We own all these parcels that we've listed here.
That is correct.
And we've divided them up and, whether it's preserve or light industrial. Just real quickly, since it was mentioned, any type of a transfer station, is that within the table of the industrial use?
Most likely it is. I'm not 100% sure. The table is very extensive, and unfortunately, I don't have them all memorized. But it could be something I'm thinking.
Could you tell me if transfer stations is considered a special use?
You mean like a special exception? Again, unfortunately, I don't know off the top of my head. It would sound like something that maybe have a special exception or conditional use that would be attached to it for requirements. But again, without having the table in front of me, I couldn't 100% confirm that.
Special exceptions have to come before city council for approval, correct? Mr. City Attorney? Goes to the HEX?
Hearing examiner.
Yeah, hearing
Hearing
examiner.
examiner? So it's those type of hearings are solely decided by the HEX examiner and not by city council.
Correct.
All right.
As the current standard.
That standard is all across the state, right?
Yep. Okay. All right. Councilmember Donnell?
Yeah, I just want the people that spoke and just understanding what we're getting at is the fact, the bottom line is if it gets passed, then it has a way to come back and city council has to approve it or not. And I know there is no trust whatsoever about, no telling what council is going to be up here. So I'm not saying to you, cannot look at you in a straight face and say, well, no problem. It won't be, we don't know what the future holds. It's just going to be incumbent upon each of us to make sure that we are aware of it and make our voices heard. But as for right now, what we have, there'll be no movement on it. That's the purpose why I'm supporting it. I just want to let you know. But I'm like you, I have no confidence in what will or will not be there, but that's down the road. I just want to tell you that. That's all.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights on, we have a motion and a second on the floor for, I believe, approval. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
So could you call the roll, please?
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
No.
Steinke. Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
No.
Kaduk. 6 ayes, 2 nays, motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is ordinance 10-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 10-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the land development code of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, section 1.15 measurements, as set forth within Article 1 general provisions and section 3.3.6 administrative deviations, as set forth within Article 3 development review, chapter 3 specific review procedures, administrative permits and approvals, and section 5.1.12 as set forth within Article 5 Development Standards, Chapter 1 General Requirements for all development regarding height restrictions for both buildings and structures, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Struve.
Good evening again, Council. For the record, Mike Struve, Planning Team Coordinator with the Planning Division. Here we go. Ordinance 10-26 amends height requirements appearing in the Land Development Code. And there are three general reasons why we are recommending these changes. One is that we want to eliminate an existing inconsistency on how certain buildings are measured in the city. Second, we want to clarify how the height of certain structures that are not defined as buildings are to be measured, which our code is currently silent on. And then third, we want to provide a couple of different avenues for height relief for height standards that appear in Articles 4 and 5 of the Land Development Code. A conflict currently exists in Section 1.15 in Article 11 on how building height is measured for buildings with parapets. Section 1.15 exempts the top of a parapet wall from height requirements. Article 11, which provides the city definition for height, calls for measuring to the top of a parapet wall. So what we're recommending here is that this inconsistency be addressed by amending Section 1.15 to bring this section into alignment with Article 11, meaning that we would continue as we have traditionally done with measuring to the top of a parapet wall, not to the bottom. Section 3.3.6 is amended to add a new administrative deviation for height similar to other administrative deviations that currently exist in the Land Development Code, like parking and setbacks. Additional height not to exceed 10% of the standard could be requested by a developer. The Development Services Director would approve such requests in consideration of two criteria that are proposed to be added to Article 5 that I'll go over in just a bit. Several changes are proposed to Section 5.1.12. One change simply involves a title or name change. This section is currently entitled General Regulations for Lots, Yards, and Setbacks. We propose adding height to that since we have some provisions here that directly address height. A second change would explicitly address how structures not defined as buildings would be measured, with that being the distance from the final grade of the site to the highest point of the structure. And these are structures that are not buildings, so this would include things like monopoles, certain types maybe of recreation-related equipment, tanks, towers, those types of improvements. A third change would involve exempting structures on city properties from city height requirements. And here we're using structures, again, very broadly to include all of those aforementioned improvements, the towers, the equipment, the monopoles, and so on, as well as buildings. And the reason we are recommending this particular change is that for city projects involving zoning districts where maximum height requirements exist, we believe this change could help to expedite the permitting of some projects by allowing the city to navigate around a potential future land use change and a zoning change just to accommodate height. And then lastly, Section 5 establishes criteria for evaluating administrative deviations that involve height. This would be for developers and potentially homeowners that need modest height relief. Again, the Development Services Director could approve such request, subject to two criteria or standards that would guide such decisions. And those standards are, one, that a reasonable necessity for the administrative deviation exists, and then secondly, that the deviation will not diminish, impair, or otherwise adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of the public. Staff is recommending approval of these changes. The Planning and Zoning Commission did review this ordinance on March 4th and recommended approval. We've received no correspondence, and I'll stand by in case you have questions.
I'll open up public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 10-26? Please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed, and I'll entertain a motion regarding.
Motion
ordinance.
to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll open up for any council discussion. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Heeman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to ordinance 17-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title.
Ordinance 17-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by amending section 5.2.1 general requirements set forth within Article 5, Development Standards, Chapter 2, accessory structures, amending section 5.2.7 fences and walls set forth within Article 5, Development Standards, Chapter 2, accessory structures regarding the general requirements and restrictions on fences and walls, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Again, for the record, Anthony Santor, Senior Planner, Development Services. Here today to talk about ordinance 17-26. This is the ordinance that you've heard. We've had a couple discussions about at 2 committee of the whole meetings regarding some general cleanup for the fences and walls section. So when you did see this before you at the COW, there was conversations. You may recall that this had another component to it. Since having those conversations, we have made some modifications. The largest being that we have completely removed any reference to retaining walls and retaining wall criteria from the code revisions. Now the code revisions simply is around cleaning up that section of code, removing some inconsistencies around fences and walls, and adding a little bit of applicability standards in there for the city to respond to emergency disasters as they pertain to establishing the health, safety, and welfare on properties. So I have the full presentation if you would like to see every change. The contents of the changes have not changed from the last committee of the whole. We did add section 5.2.1 specifically to clear up in the table. The setbacks identified for fences and walls actually pointed to a different section. So the only modification in that is to amend the table to point to the correct section for the fences and walls. But if you would like, I can go through all the changes for you now. Yes, okay, perfect. So again, as we specified that the change is to clean up the code section for fences and walls and add some specificity for the section. Again, just in line with what we currently enforce. So we are not providing or trying to enforce anything more stringent than we already do. What we are trying to do is add in there the actual requirements that we enforce to, so that when somebody is designing or somebody gets a code enforcement notice, they can see the actual code section that we are enforcing to. So again, what we added was in section 5.2.1, aligning 5.2.1a, the table. And then in section 5.27, we added some applicability language for administrative deviations, adding some general specificity and clean up grammatical structure and duplicitous language. So here you can see table 5.2.1. You can see the previous reference section was 1.12, not the section for fences and walls. So we amended that section to 5.2.7, which is the appropriate section. Within section 5.2.7, again, this is just highlighting, we added specific language for clarity in sections 5.27b, 13, and 14, C2, C3, C4, D2, and then added section A for applicability. So moving into section A for applicability, again, this was just something we wanted to add specifically around the exception section. Now, what you won't see reflected in here is a change that we also made, adding a 4th exception for retaining walls specific to the extension of pool decks. And I just do want to clarify that decks are separate from this section. They are clearly identified separate from are clearly identified as separate elements. And so any structure over 30 inches tall, those have to meet the applicable setback regulations for the primary structure. They haven't been enforced that way, and we are working to clarify that within our land development code and enforce it applicably. That was part of the discussion around the retaining wall, but we did add a section for some clarity to make sure that it is understood that retaining walls is directly associated with the implementation of putting a pool in would be exempt from meeting these specific requirements. So you can see here that the primary exceptions would be for fences and walls deemed necessary for the protection of safety of safe and critical infrastructure determined by the city. This again is so that we can respond adequately and in a timely manner in the event of a disaster such as a hurricane. Moving on to the administrative deviation sections we added, we did want to provide some flexibility so that there could be the implementation of some changes based on site-specific criteria. So we did utilize some of criteria that we already have existed in section 3.3.6.c, and then added some additional criteria to that, which you can see as criteria A through C here. Again, this is allowing for somebody to come in, request an administrative deviation for a fence or wall, which they currently could not do, and making sure that they are following a specific set of guidelines under review. In 5.27, 13, and 14, we did add the use of fiberglass material as an acceptable material for fences and walls. We see the rise in fiberglass materials specifically around pools and around some of the new fencing products that come out, so we did want to address that. Moving into C2, we updated the setback table. Is it okay if I continue?
Continue.
We took the current... Okay. We took the existing section and modified it to the table format, which fits section D and some of the other subsequent sections, again, for that uniformity. Nothing that is contained in this table is different than any of the requirements that existed in the code or that we currently enforce. And then within C3, CB, and CC, these are for again, clearing it up. And then we did add language for properties on a cul-de-sac or hammerhead so that the fencing could follow that property line. And you can see in this diagram here, this was one of the things we had discussed at the committee of the whole. Under our current code, the fence is only permitted to follow in this red line. And what we're seeing more and more is when people purchase another lot next to them and they combine the lots, they wish for their fence to go around their side yard. And obviously the intent of the code is to allow that fence to go around and protect the side yard. Well, the current code wouldn't allow for that. The new language would allow for the fence to follow this arc. You would see around the curvature of either the cul-de-sac or in this case, the roadway bend, and then return back at the property line, meeting the intent of the code. Again, having in here, we added some specificity for section C.3, specifying that no fence, wall, or hedge growth shall be erected. That's already existing. The new language is in the red, specifying maximum height of 3 feet for the wall, which again is something we already enforce, and then 4 feet for vegetation, and then specifying specific setbacks where that would apply. Again, this is all stuff that we enforce, but there was no specificity in the code, so we added that to tie out our enforcement with the code section. Again, the open mesh requirement, which is in the code already, adding a little bit more specificity to it and defining the open mesh. Again, these are things that we already enforce. Just wanted to make sure that if somebody is developing a fence or designing a fence on some of these properties, that they can see the requirements and appropriately know what is expected of them through the development. And then also adding some code language for individual trees and non-clumping palms, just to give them, again, that specificity that we enforce now, but currently don't have actually in the codified ordinances. And again, the intent is to help preserve some of that viewscape back there. We don't want calusas running the property length. We want to make sure all neighbors have access to that rear property line along the waterfront. Again, you can see some minor changes in the table D2, updating this specific section, which was referencing a now non-existent section, and then adding the rear double frontage setback, which existed in the table in section 5.2.1a, but making sure because the direct section of setbacks was referencing this section, making sure that it is referenced within here as well. So what staff found was that the LDC amendment is consistent with the criteria necessary for reviewing LDC changes. That's 3.5.4, criteria 1 through 4, and that the request is consistent with comprehensive plan objective, one of our future land use element. So staff is recommending approval. This did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. They recommended approval on 4/1. Staff has not received any direct correspondence from the public in regards to this. I do know we have received some relays from council through the COW process and before this hearing with some questions that they had. And with that, I will stand by for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 17-26, please come forward.
That would be me, Julia Atari, take out the trash. I think we've lost our minds. Is this a HOA or a city? You guys keep taking all of these things, and all I look up there and I say to myself, we have property owner rights. And the way you word everything in your verbiage is, well, we'll allow, we'll let you, you can, or maybe we'll fine you. I just don't understand all of this nonsense that's going on. If I have a house and I'm allowed to put up a fence, why do I have to be restricted to what you want us to do? I think you're taking a lot of liberties up here, and that's an opinion, and it's mine. Take it or leave it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? No applause, please. There's no applause allowed. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 17-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, and I'll open up for council discussion. Councilmember Kilburn.
Yeah, would you mind commenting on the letter that I received? And the response to that letter had to do with raised pool deck, steps, and setback requirements. And I think you were very articulate in your explanation of where that was headed. I just want to make sure that the person who raised that issue is comfortable with the way it was handled and will be handled in the future
Sure.
with the further action.
Sure. So the question was in regards to specifically decks, pool decks, above ground decks. So if you look at our land development code, we have a specific definition in section 11.2 that specifies what a deck is. And that is an open structure with its own independent structure. Its own independent structure. So currently within the LDC, those are subject to the requirements of the principal structure for setbacks. So that's anything that is in relation to a pool deck, to an above ground deck. If it is over 30 inches in height, then it is subject to those setbacks. Currently, that is not the way it has been enforced. And we are working on making sure that the land development code and the enforcement coincide. If you recall, the COW conversation that we had was around the introduction of the retaining wall section to make sure that there were allowances. And per council comments, the thought that those numbers didn't add up. And when we met with the building industry, we talked it out, and yeah, those numbers could use some refinement. So that's what we're currently at. But that has nothing to do with this section. Fences and walls are wholly distinct and separate from any types of deck implementation. So in the future, like I said, we are trying to rectify those inconsistencies to make sure that we are adequately meeting the requirements of the land development code and still preserving people's ability to develop on the property.
Thank you, and I appreciate the rapid response on that.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I was the one that brought up the issue around retaining walls, and you did a good job of eliminating that issue with the exception. Although,
yes, sir,
I'm had some outside comments around a couple issues.
Sure, go ahead.
One is the potential for conflict in the section.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the exception exists under 5.2.73D,
Mm-hmm.
up in the chart that is now included, it specifically says swimming pools and reflecting pools have a maximum building height of 30 inches. And so while it's talking about setback requirements, that chart, it's also got a column that addresses maximum building height. And so in the chart, it specifically says swimming pools and reflecting pools have a height restriction of 30 inches. It would seem like to have an overt declaration that there's a 30-inch height restriction and then have an exemption with it would be a conflict.
Would you like me?
Is that not true?
No, I can understand. So the pools and walls, the specific exemption that you're referring to in AD3 or AD4, excuse me, would exempt any of those retaining walls specifically for the pool deck from meeting any of the requirements, the setback, the height requirements. In regards to other inconsistencies that may be present, again, that is outside the scope of this application for the code revision. This is specifically around fences and walls. And I know that is within the table, but it's not one that we're changing. And again, retaining walls, our current code does not define the retaining wall. We define a wall. We define a deck, but we do not define a retaining wall. We define a seawall and a bulkhead, but we do not define retaining wall. So one of the things that we can look at as we're moving forward, trying to address that kind of retaining wall issue, or I shouldn't say issue, I should say the inconsistencies that we have to make sure we are getting something that is both protective of the properties and allowing development. That could be something that we could address there. But as it pertains to this section, the reason we removed retaining walls completely is because we feel like they're not applicable to this section.
Okay, so for the record then, in terms that I would kind of understand it, I think what you're saying is 5.2.7 3D, the exception regarding retaining walls, trumps the chart that says swimming pools and reflecting pools have a 30-inch height restriction.
Well, again, what the exception...
The retaining wall
right
is going to be at the same height as the pool.
Right. So what the exception specifies is that a retaining wall does not have to meet any of the requirements in that subsequent section. So it does not have to meet any of the requirements in 5.2.7. Now, the requirements in 5.2.1, that's a whole separate section. Those would still be applicable. Again, that's that inconsistency we have between the separate sections and maybe the retaining wall code section if we ever do get to revising it and bringing it again before you, which we intend to. But that is just saying, that exception is saying that all the requirements that are listed in 5.2.7, retaining walls applicable to pool structures are not required to follow this. They are still required to meet all the other applicable sections. And again, there are requirements that we currently have in the LDC for those sections that are not adequately or appropriately enforced. And that there's been some inconsistency with the code language, even conflict in between separate languages. I mean, the land development code is very expansive, and part of our job is to go through and try and find these inconsistencies. And that ultimately is part of the birth process of this initiative itself. So that is one of those instances where we would say, yeah, we notice that that is an issue because, yeah, pool retaining wall height capped at 30 inches when, a house is being built 4 or 5 feet above the natural grade.
Exactly.
That's an issue. So that would be something where when we did come back with the committee of the whole meeting for retaining walls, we would say, hey, we noticed in 5.2.1 table A that they had this height incorrect. We're going to scratch that and we're proposing a new height of 60 inches, 72 inches, whatever makes sense from the current regulations and development along with the building industry and protecting property values and adjacent properties. So again, that is something that is separate. We're not saying that this is we're not saying that the exception would say, yeah, you can build it to whatever height. What we're saying is that those walls do not have to follow anything that is in this section.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other component part of that is for other safety requirements, fall protection is required if there is any more than a 30-inch, if you will, fall off of that pool deck.
Mhm.
And oftentimes, to satisfy that requirement, integrated with the retaining wall is a planter area to satisfy that 30-inch fall requirement. Will that planter area integrated with the retaining wall be considered part of the retaining wall, or do we have an issue when that is being used for fall protection?
So the way I would interpret in the code section would be the walls that are directly associated with the construction of the pool system. We're not changing any of the planter requirements or fall protection requirements. Those accessory systems, I could see and definitely could make an argument that yes, those would be included as they are necessary for the implementation of the wall. I could also make the argument that they are not included because you can construct the deck and provide fall protection up at a higher level. I understand it may not be the ideal circumstance, but you could do that. So if council wishes to be super explicit and say, hey, this does include the fall protection barrier or fall protection planters around this, then obviously, council can make an amendment to the ordinance to specify that this includes that. Or, we could ultimately go back and say yes and revise this. It'd be up to council on how you wish to proceed with it.
Well, and thank you for your honesty with regard to that. And so unless it incorporated the fall protection required to go along with the retaining wall, I couldn't support it. And I don't know if that's a simple change that can be made in the exception area under 5.2.7 A3D, where it would say retaining walls and fall protection directly associated with. If Mr. City Attorney, if it can be as simple as that it could be approved with that change. It's a critical component because of the fact that we have these retaining walls, because of new flood elevation requirements and the retaining walls necessary for the pools. The fall protection is a key component of the entire process.
I am not a real big fan of legislating on the fly because mistakes can occur. I'd rather, if there isn't support enough for this, reset the second hearing of this ordinance until the next regular council meeting so that I can actually have a conversation with staff and administration to find out if that's even going to be a viable option considering.
I think there's concern that there may be concern out there that somehow we're trying to take away rights that are already there. We cannot do that under Senate Bill 250. So there seems to be this concern that, what's happening, because I saw one email and it basically keeps going around this fall protection and, wall. So we have no problem administering it as saying that it doesn't impact, that doesn't affect it, because we can't propose something to you that would anyway. But if you want, if whoever's contacting you wants to see that explicitly in writing, we could do that all day long with every issue. Well, we just have to have the trust that we're not going to violate state law.
Well,
but if you want to see it explicitly,
we came with that concern. So I'm simply just representing the concern here with the fact that we had the potential of conflicting language inside of the code from the chart to the verbiage. And then the fall protection that's required is not specifically included in a definition of a retaining wall. So while it's true, and what was stated was there's other ways to deal with fall protection, which is pickets all along the back that then block the homeowner's view of their own waterfront, which is why they all choose, not all, while a vast majority choose to use a planter for that fall protection. It would seem that it would be simple to include any fall protection required in that retaining wall.
We can do that. And what I'm saying is the basis of this is not to erode what is out there. It was to clarify some inconsistencies, things that people could interpret differently. So we can do it. We can withdraw, we can table it tonight, go back and add another exception.
Just if there, like I said, if there isn't support in the current version, I would recommend that we just reschedule this public hearing till the next regular council meeting. And then between now, we'll have 2 weeks, and then we'll be able to finalize the language, because I don't want to sit there and try to draft language.
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying we pull it.
Oh.
My concern is, when does it end? This is now like the fourth rendition about single specific issues that we're not trying to erode here. We're trying to clarify a confusion. And now each time we come back, it's, oh, well, somebody brought up this one, and we want to get it right, but we're also not trying to take away what's allowed. So there has to be that general understanding.
If there were any way I could have handled this before now, I would have. This issue was brought to me by a member of the construction industry at 3:00 this afternoon.
It's understandable. And if I could say one thing, I would just say, well, I did specify that you could interpret it either way. What I would say is that the intent when we did do it is that those would be included because they are necessary for the protection around that. If you feel more comfortable with specific language included in there, then we can certainly do that.
I just recommend we table it.
Let's cow it again 2 more times.
Yeah.
Then I'll make a motion to continue this to our next scheduled. We have a motion on the table.
Yeah, I can
Okay.
modify the motion.
We have a motion on the table now.
Yes, there's a motion to approve from Councilmember Kilrain and seconded by Mr. Donnell.
Okay, so we'll go to Councilmember Kilrain. Do you want to continue with your motion, or do you wish to withdraw?
I'd like to modify my motion to reflect this, tabling it till our next council meeting.
And does the second agree?
No.
Okay. No, Councilmember Donnell was the second. Is that correct?
No, I don't agree.
Okay. I want to verify that, Madam City Attorney, or Clerk, Councilmember Donnell was the second with Councilmember Kilrain.
He was?
Okay, and he doesn't agree. So where does that leave us?
So let me clarify, if the motion makers request to modify their original motion, as I understand it, it would be a motion to continue this to the date certain. That date certain, bear with me. May 20th, 2026, which is our next regular council meeting at 4 p.m. within the council chambers. That would be the amended motion you would make.
Okay, I shall make that then.
And then I suspect that Councilmember Donnell is not going to agree with that.
No.
Okay. So at that point in time, unless there's another second, the motion would fail.
I'll second the motion.
So Councilmember Lehman has seconded.
I'm sorry?
When,
Councilmember Lehman seconded the motion previously.
Oh, she
It
did?
was Donnell.
Well, I thought you just told me Councilmember
so it
Donnell.
started out with Donnell, and then when Dr. Donnell released his second, Councilmember Lehman provided the next second.
So do you agree with Councilmember Kilrain's modified motion? Okay. All right.
I think we've got it correct now.
Any other discussion? So we have a modified motion and a second for that modified motion. No other lights on?
And
Just repeat the motion.
I am.
And if you could repeat the motion so it's clear for everyone.
Okay. Motion to continue to a date certain, ordinance 17-26 for May 20th, 2026 at 4 p.m. in council chambers.
All right.
Thank you.
Please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell? Donnell? No. Gunter?
Aye.
Kaduk?
Aye.
So that is 6 ayes, 2 nays, motion carried.
Okay, we will move on to the next topic of discussion, which is ordinance 24-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 24-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $110 million in aggregate principal amount of utility improvement assessment bonds, the North 1 East Area Series 2026 of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, for the principal purpose of financing and refinancing the development, construction, and installation of certain potable water, wastewater, and irrigation water utility capital improvements within the North 1 East area of the city, pledging special assessment proceeds to secure payment of the principal of redemption premium, if any, and interest on the bonds, allowing for the use of net revenues of the city's water and sewer utility system to pay debt service on the bonds or make up deficiencies in the reserve account in the event such special assessment proceeds are insufficient for such purpose, providing severability and an effective date.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Crystal Feast, Financial Services Director. Ordinance 2426 was read into the record, but this presentation will cover that ordinance along with the companion resolution 9626, which is the next agenda item. So the city's charter, section 417B5, requires that the authorization to borrow money be done by ordinance. So ordinance 2426 authorizes the issuance of up to $110 million in aggregate principal amount of utility improvement assessment bonds for the North 1 East assessment area. When this was first introduced, it was introduced at a not to exceed of $103.5 million. However, it's been conservatively increased to $110 million to allow for the possibility of capitalized interest and to cover cost of issuance. It permits that bond proceeds can be used to pay project costs related to the North 1 East assessment area, refinance prior indebtedness, specifically this commercial paper program that has been used to fund design costs for these improvements, and pay the cost of issuance associated with selling the bonds, such as underwriting fees and legal fees. The ordinance also delegates to Bond Resolution 9626 the ability to detail the structure of the debt, which includes interest rates, maturities, redemption provisions, payment dates, and establish any other security provisions. The pledged revenues for this borrowing will be special assessments collected for those directly benefited in the North 1 East assessment area. Council previously approved the underlying assessment resolutions on November 19th, 2025. So those assessment resolutions established the assessment program, and tonight's ordinance and resolution implement the long-term financing that is secured by those assessments. Resolution 9626 is the bond resolution that creates, structures, and secures up to $110 million of North 1 East utility improvement assessment bonds. So while the ordinance provides the framework and the authority, the resolution carries out the authority and puts the financing mechanism in place. So more specifically, this resolution creates City of Cape Coral, Florida Utility Improvement Assessment Bond, North 1 East Area, Series 2026. And those proceeds will be used to finance and refinance the utility expansion in the North 1 East assessment area and refund the commercial paper that was used to fund design costs. So this structure is consistent with how the city has financed prior utility expansion areas using assessment-backed debt. So what you have here is a preliminary estimate of what the debt will look like. The current estimate of total proceeds is approximately $104.7 million. Within that, the estimated par amount of bonds is approximately $1.27 million, with the remaining portion allocated to cost of issuance. Based on current market conditions, the estimated all-in true interest cost is approximately 4.71%. And the final maturity on the bonds is projected to be March 1st, 2056, which aligns with the debt service within the expected life of the utility improvements. And all of these figures are preliminary and subject to change based on the market conditions when we actually go out to price the debt. And that is it for this ordinance and resolution, and I recommend approval. If you have any questions.
Thank you. I now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 24-26, please come forward.
Okay, I have a question, because I'm a little confused. This is for the future UEP? Or, so, why do we do this now and not during your budget? Oh, well, I'm not going to get an answer, am I? I forgot. It's just a question. Because it just seems like we're taking out more money and more loans, and we're already in so much debt. This is where I get upset, because I'm going to have to go home and research this whole mess, because it's not very, it's not making a lot of sense to me not to exceed 110,000 principal amount. This is just, the average person isn't going to be able to understand this. So we're going to have to research it. But what I'm understanding is when you price this UEP, and this is the question, when you price the UEP, do you not know what the cost prior to approving it? Right? Anybody understand that? I don't. Thank you.
Sir, do you wish to speak? Come on up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brady McDonald. I am a resident here. I've been here for about 4 years. I got a beautiful little family. And I just wanted to let you know, for all of the counselors and staff, thank you very much for everything you do. I know there's a lot of big numbers up here. Those are big decisions. And there's a lot of us that really support everything that you guys do and the decisions you have to make to bring this city forward. And that's all I wanted to say is thank you very much. There's a lot of people that are grateful in this city, and we just wanted to give that to you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on ordinance 24-26? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion for ordinance 24-26?
Motion to approve.
Second.
And we got a couple lights on here. Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor. Crystal, I asked similar questions that this resident, Ms. Satari, just asked. And could you please explain generational debt? Could you explain the not to exceed? And can you explain how we get our final bidding and pricing in June and the not to exceed?
Okay. So the not to exceed on this particular debt is 110 million. And we create this not to exceed to allow for the cost to actually borrow the money and issue the debt. So we know, we have an estimate, or we know what the contracts cost to actually construct this UEP area. But what is unknown at this point is the cost to actually issue the debt to fund it. And so that's where that buffer is. I did provide a schedule here, which is as of, we ran preliminary numbers back in mid-April to give us an idea of, just for planning purposes, of what that cost will look like. I don't know if he can pull it up or not, but at the time, at that time, the total debt proceeds was 104.7 million, so well below the 110 not to exceed amount. As far as when we go out to pricing, that kind of goes into what I just said, is that we have to price later. And so the pricing is currently scheduled for June, mid-June. So we don't know what the cost will be until we actually go out in June and enter the market. And we have underwriters and consultants that we work with to actually do that on our behalf.
And then why would we not want to do this all at once? In other words, when you talk to me about the paper debt and generational debt, could you explain that about residents today versus residents in 10 years from now?
For this particular issuance, it's assessment bonds. So we've already created a repayment mechanism, which are the assessments. But, if we would have residents pay all of it up front and not allow them to pay it over the 30 years, or just not in assessments case, because we have the residents who pay this back are directly affected by this, so it's a different situation. But for a different type of debt, for instance, the special obligation debt that's being introduced later, it was brought up that why wouldn't we just pay cash to fund some of these projects versus going out for debt? And the answer to that is you want those who will use it now and in the future to pay for that debt, not just current residents. So paying cash for it up front would mean that residents today are paying for this facility, whatever it is, this project, but those well into the future will be using it and they won't be paying for it.
Gotcha.
So spreading it out using debt allows everyone to pay their fair share.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for in the term, spreading it out. I hope that makes sense. If it does not, reach out to me. Thank you, Crystal.
Councilmember Kilgreen.
Yeah, my 2 points are very similar to that. I just wanted you to point out the uncertainty in trying to schedule future debt and what the variables are and not having certainty over what that might cost. So you already covered that well. And the other point was that by this mechanism, scheduling out into the period going forward allows for additional residents to move in and/or requirements for those facilities and users of those facilities move in. So it actually more is a fairer manner in which the debt is paid off and fees are attributed to those users that will really be using into the future. So it's less of a burden on current residents and more of a burden dispersed throughout future residents. And there are the key points for doing it this way. The other thing is that the commercial paper route and any bridging that you're doing with that is the most effective and cost-effective mechanism to do that. So I appreciate you explaining that. And thank you so much. For those reasons, I'll be supporting this.
Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. So very simply said for the public, and Crystal, I know this, you're going out to the market to shop an interest rate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why she has to put that buffer in for the not to exceed. We have no idea what interest rates will be in June. But I did have a question. Why June?
It doesn't have to be June. That's tentatively where we plan to go into the market. If, as we get closer, if our financial advisors say, you know what, it's a little volatile right now, it's not a good time, we can postpone it until they, they advise us of the opportune time to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no other lights on. Have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra. Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduc.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, now move on to Resolution 96-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Resolution 96-26, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance by the City of Cape Coral, Florida of not exceeding $110 million in aggregate principal amount of utility improvement assessment bonds, North 1 East Area, Series 2026, in order to finance and refinance the development, construction, and installation of certain potable water, wastewater, and irrigation water utility capital improvements within the North 1 East area of the city, pledging the proceeds received by the city from special assessments upon real property benefited by such improvements to secure payment of the principal of and interest on said bonds, providing for the use of net revenues of the city's water and utility water and sewer utility system to pay debt service on the bonds or to make up any deficiencies in the reserve account in the event the special assessments are insufficient for such purpose, providing for the rights of the holders of said bonds, making certain other covenants and agreements in connection with such bonds, authorizing a negotiated sale of said bonds, delegating certain authority to the city manager and the financial services director for the authorization, execution, and delivery of a bond purchase agreement with respect thereto, and the approval of the terms and details of said bonds, appointing the paying agent and registrar for said bonds, authorizing the distribution of a preliminary official statement and the execution and delivery of an official statement with respect to such bonds, authorizing the execution and delivery of a continuing disclosure certificate, delegating certain authority to the city manager and the financial services director to determine whether to utilize municipal bond insurance for the bonds, the reserve account requirement, if any, the reserve account insurance provider, if any, and certain other matters, and providing for an effective date for this resolution.
Okay, I will turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Again, Crystal Feast, Financial Services Director for the record. Similar to my last presentation, I will cover Ordinance 2526 along with the companion resolution 10526, both related to borrowing money in the form of water and sewer revenue bonds. So Ordinance 2526 provides the legal authority under the city's charter, Section 417B5, to borrow money. Specifically, it authorizes the issuance of up to $100 million in aggregate principal amount of water and sewer revenue bonds, which will primarily be used to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and equipping of capital improvements in the city's water and sewer system. These bonds will be secured by water and sewer revenue rather than assessments. It also allows bond proceeds to be used to pay project costs, refinance prior indebtedness, specifically commercial paper used for design costs, and pay cost of issuance. The ordinance also delegates Bond Resolution 10526, the detailed financing terms, including interest rates, maturities, redemption provisions, and other security provisions. This structure lets council set the overall authorization tonight while allowing the final details to be aligned with market conditions at the time of pricing.
If I could stop you right there. Just a quick question, Madam City Clerk. I thought we were on Resolution 9626 and your
Yes.
title that you read was that. And it seems like the presentation that is we are going over is 2526. Did I miss something, or are we combining?
My first presentation covered both ordinance and resolution 9626, so I didn't realize that she didn't read that one for voting and approval. So I will let her do that before I start
Okay.
this presentation.
All right. So
I can give a motion.
we're back on Resolution 9626. The city clerk has read the title. I do need to open up public input for this particular item, so I will do that first. Anyone wishing to speak on Resolution 96-26, please come forward.
Kyle Amadou, District 7. Since this is talking about UEP, I just have a real simple question on UEP. In the fact of everybody getting their driveways cut, and then the people who don't have concrete driveways are getting everything installed, underneath the driveway, I assume that is a drastically more expensive cost to go underneath people's driveways as opposed to just cutting out the concrete and putting concrete back down. I'm going to go with a yes to that. I'd like an explanation, because then I am assuming I am paying that cost in my UEP bill for everybody having a non-solid concrete driveway. So if they have a paver driveway or whatever else, we're all sharing the cost to go underneath. I'm assuming that's correct. So then I have a question is, why am I paying more on my parcel because my lot is deeper because you guys are billing by square foot. Those two things don't coincide together. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to provide public input on Resolution 96-26? Seeing none, public input is now closed. Entertain a motion regarding Resolution 96-26.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Councilmember Kaduki, you have your light on? I'll go to you.
Yes, so this is on my street. Kyle lives on my street. I'm one of those people that has a paver driveway, so I have the casing pipe coming out the side. And I actually inquired about this right when it started happening because I was wondering the same thing. And it is more cost effective for them to do the casing pipe outside of my driveway versus taking a claw and taking out your concrete driveway because it was becoming too expensive to replace my driveway. So, Mr. City Manager, do I have that correct? I mean, I asked you months ago when that happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have refined and refined and refined our UEP assessments for decades, finding the cheapest way to deliver them for our residents. And what we do is, so what is assessed to the homeowners is the cost of the project, right? So if we have to put asphalt instead of concrete, if we have to bore underneath so that we're not replacing gold, we're going to find the cheapest way to do it.
Yep.
And boring under, because when you have stamped concrete driveways, when you have pavers and you stack them, they chip, they get scarred up. And so it's a lot cheaper to do that than to have to try to redo an entire driveway. I will tell you, in previous UEP areas, we did try to, cut, stamp painted driveways. We did try to stack, and the cost, what ends up happening is they exceed the cost of a directional bore because you can't match the paint, you can't match a dye for an old paver. They get chipped and cracked, and so now you thought you had 37 pieces. You go to put it back, you only have 33, and now you have, you're short. So yeah, this is the most efficient way in lieu of the alternatives. And yes, the cost to deliver water, sewer, and irrigation is borne by all the people in the project. Whether we're having to build bridges as part of it, or not, it's each project stands alone.
Right.
So, and that's why you see, aside from inflation, there's different costs in Southwest 4, Southwest 6 and 7, North 2, North 1. Every one of those projects stands alone, and there's all, some may have 14 canal crossings, others may have 2. But that is unique to that area and that assessment.
And then the second question I think he had, which obviously I'm a victim of this as well, is why do we pay more when our lot is just longer? We're not necessarily getting more pipe. And I believe we've answered this before, but again, it goes off of the size of your lot because that was the simplest way to make it fair across the board.
Yeah, and there's plenty of presentations on different assessment methodologies and why that is the fairest for Cape Coral. With the canals and the angles and the pie-shaped lots, and yes, if you did frontage, somebody that has a pie-shaped lot with a 400-foot, waterfront property that's worth $1 million may only have 32 feet in the front, but they have million, so it's the square footage for Cape Coral has been time over time shown to be the most fair.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, we have a motion, a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastro. Lehman.
Sorry.
Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to ordinance 25-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 25-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $100 million in aggregate principal amount of water and sewer revenue bonds, Series 2026 of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, to finance and refinance costs of the acquisition, construction, and equipping of various capital improvements to the city's water and sewer utility system. Pledging the herein described pledged funds to secure the payment of the principal of redemption premium, if any, and interest on such bonds, providing for certain rights of the holders of such bonds, and providing an effective date.
Okay, Crystal, we'll turn it back over to you to complete your presentation.
I'll actually start over and do a quick recap. My apologies, just for the benefit of the public. So this presentation will cover Ordinance 2526 and the companion resolution 10526. Ordinance 2526 provides the legal authority for the city to borrow money following Charter Section 417B5. Specifically, this ordinance will authorize the issuance of up to $100 million in aggregate principal amount of water and sewer revenue bonds, which will primarily be used to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and equipping of capital improvements in the city's water and sewer system. It allows bond proceeds to be used to pay project costs, refinance the commercial paper program used to fund design costs, and pay cost of issuance. The ordinance also delegates the bond resolution 10526, the detailed financing terms, including interest rates, maturities, payment dates, security provisions, and et cetera. This structure lets council set the overall framework and authorization, and the resolution will allow for final details to be aligned with the market conditions as we price and enter the market. So here are the planned projects being funded through the borrowing authority under Ordinance 2526. They include various utility capital improvements required to be constructed as part of the North 1 East area assessment, or not assessment, but a utility expansion project. This would be the non-assessed amounts. The construction of 2 5 million gallon irrigation booster tanks, water and sewer extension lines serving the Judd Creek area, and the reservoir, water line, and pump station. Moving on to Resolution 10526, it implements the financing authorized by Ordinance 2526. It creates structures and secures up to $100 million of water and sewer revenue bonds. This resolution also reaffirms that bonds are secured by water and sewer revenue rates versus assessments. So this presentation provides current estimates for the water and sewer bonds. Estimated total debt proceeds are approximately $94.9 million, an estimated par amount of $90.6 million, with the remainder made up of premium and cost of issuance. The estimated all-in true interest cost of approximately 4.68%, subject to change, obviously, based on market conditions when we go out. And then the projected final maturity of October 1st, 2056, aligning the repayment schedule with the useful life of the assets or projects. And again, these numbers are preliminary and subject to change. With that, I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up public hearing. Anyone here to speak on 2526, please come forward.
Joe Angrisano. I don't understand how you're passing on the sins of the people who started the UEP project onto the people who are now paying for it individually. How can you justify charging interest on someone who wants to spread out the payments if they're already paying taxes every month? Excuse me, if they're already a taxpayer? I don't understand how you can structure this and in good conscience tell a person who's fixed at $1,500 a month, let's say, for a mortgage payment, that they're now going to pay another $500 a month. Let's use $10,000 for a hookup fee as an example. I don't understand how a mandated clean water project is put on the backs of the homeowner who happens to have a well in the city. How does that happen? It's incumbent upon the city council and the government to figure out a way to make it reasonable for taxpayers, an aggregate of the entire taxpayer base that's in the city. I don't understand how you can justify someone on a fixed income coming up with this kind of money. 30, 40, 50, $60,000, now projected to be over $100,000 if paid over time. How do you justify putting, again, a mandated clean water project on the back? You've got many, many infrastructure projects scheduled throughout the city that is an aggregate of every taxpayer, not the individual homeowner. If there's flooding for 20 houses, flooding that occurs during the rainy season, are you going to charge those 20 houses that flood historically for the culverts that you put in front of their homes? Or are you going to charge the taxpayers a reasonable assessment, another $5, whatever it costs, to make sure that you mitigate that flooding problem? You're not going to charge $10,000, $20,000 to each flooded home every time it rains. You're going to figure out a pumping system, a new culvert system to make sure that it is, novel idea, everybody, fair to the homeowner. How can you be punishing somebody on a fixed income and then charge them interest if it's paid over time? You've got to fix it. You've got to find the money, and you've got to make it fair to the homeowners and spread out over all of the taxpayers who are benefiting from the Clean Water Project and all of the additional costs as the project proceeds. Thank you for listening. Fix it.
Let me make sure that you're aware what the decorum regulations are. Well, you need to abide by them. Ma'am, this isn't a time. Ma'am, there's no outbreaks allowed. If you do it again, we'll ask you to leave. And the decorum policy is we don't allow any clapping or any outburst and comments. If we do that, officer, could you ask that lady to leave, please? We'll take a 10-minute break. All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Before we go any further, I want to make sure that we all understand exactly what the decorum policy is on the conduct of anyone who is in the council chambers during the business aspect of the meeting. In order to promote a orderly system in holding a public business meeting and to ensure that individuals are not embarrassed or harassed as a result of the exercise of their right of free speech, the city has established rules which are considered to be council rules of procedures. Those procedures have been identified in a resolution and passed by city council. Only a person recognized by the mayor should be addressing the city councilor or making any audible remarks during the business portion of the meeting. No person shall make any personal or profane remarks or gestures. Unauthorized remarks, stomping of feet, whistling, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted during the business portion of the meeting. No person is permitted to interrupt the city council proceedings or comment of any person unless it's been recognized by the mayor. No person is permitted to behave in a disorderly manner by shouting, yelling, whistling, chanting, singing, dancing, clapping, foot stomping, cheering, jeering, or engaging in any other disruptive display during the city council's business meeting. No person can display any banner, place cards, or signs, can't hand out any handouts or materials to any members of the audience or within City Hall. No person is permitted to refuse to follow the instructions of the mayor who is running the business portion of the meeting or to comply with any of the policies or rules that the city council has put in place for the proceedings of our business meeting. Any person who engages in behavior that is prohibited within these rules or is boisterous or disruptive in any manner during the city council business meeting shall be asked to leave and escorted from the room. So that is the rules. We will abide by those rules moving forward. I just want to reiterate that there's no clapping. You want to raise your hands, wave your hands or whatnot, and silently, you're more than happy to do that. If it continues, if there's any further clapping, we'll take another break. We'll either do it the right way or we won't do it at all. So that's what the rules are. I want to make sure it's crystal clear. I'm going to make sure that we abide by the rules of the meeting that was established by City Council. So with that being said, I believe we have a next speaker, Madam City Clerk. Is that where we're at? So we'll turn it over to you, ma'am.
I'm Ann Birchtold. Take out the trash. You know, you may have passed rules of decorum and what have you, but freedom of speech and exercise thereof is one of the hallmarks of our nation, and clapping to represent approval or maybe disapproval, but generally approval is...
Ma'am, we are here to discuss the ordinance 2526.
I'm getting to that, so...
if you have any other comments, they would have to be in the
Are you going to
public
give me back
input
my
part.
10 seconds?
So...
Are you going to give me back my 10 seconds?
if you want to follow the rules, and we will
I always
discuss
follow
ordinance
the rules, sir.
25-26.
I'm not clapping, and I always follow
Go
the
ahead, ma'am.
rules. So one of the things, and my math isn't particularly good, but I'm truly appalled. I've just added up the last 4 resolutions, $400 million. And that's going to be sold as debt to the citizens. At what percent interest? Who knows, because that's undetermined yet. So $400 million worth of debt is going to be put onto the city. And recently, and this is following along the UEP, I had a look at a friend's assessment that was given to them. And it's a very curious thing because nowhere on that assessment is an interest rate stated. And when an assessment and when a contract is forwarded to anybody, all of those particulars of the contract are supposed to be specified, and it wasn't. So I'm just saying. But anyway, free rights are our guarantee. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, this is your last warning. If you clap again, you'll be escorted out. Gentleman in the green hat running the camera. Go ahead, ma'am.
Julia Tari, Take Out the Trash, Cape Coral. Actually, I was going to talk about what Ann just said. We have now put ourselves in debt for almost $500 million. We're $1.1 billion now in debt. We don't stand up here and ever see, and we come every week, where we're making any money. All we do is stick more and more debt, and our economy is tanking here in Cape Coral. We have to find a better way and maybe do better research on whoever's going to do these projects, because other cities aren't paying as much as we are, and we know that. We've done the research. You've done the research. We're paying for roads, we're paying for driveways, we're paying for infrastructure, and we already have an infrastructure budget. The people that are putting in this UEP should be paying for water, not a new road, not a new driveway, water. And I don't understand why we keep getting ourselves in so much debt. How are we going to pay it back? And she's right. You don't negotiate the loan to the people. You don't even tell them their interest rate. You're not a banker, but there are lending laws, and you're violating quite a few of them. So you may want to rethink how you're just going to throw these people and scare them into paying money and putting them in debt that they can't afford. I met a man that had to pay $120,000 loan to put in his UEP. He was 90 years old. That's a sin. That shouldn't even happen to a senior citizen in this country, let alone what you're doing to the younger people that are having to sell their houses because they can't afford to live here. I think our upper executive branch of this government is not doing their homework when they're bidding out these projects. Our prices are enormous. They're putting it on the back of the contractors, the builders. This is all the only industry we have. And now the people. You got to stop the spending and figure out how to renegotiate your budget. If this was your money, you would do it. You are just taxing these people too high, and they're not going to be able to afford to stay here. And I seen you tank it in 2010, and you're riding right down the same train. Thank you.
I'm Check with Personality Check Audit, so I'm here to talk to you guys about what I've been seeing at city council meetings and the ordinance. This is called a business meeting because when you do business, you make money. I don't know who's making money, but somebody's definitely making money at the tune of $500 million to all of us sitting out here in this arena right here. You think it's fair for you to come up here and violate our First Amendment rights, telling us to shut up, telling us not to clap for the things that you don't support, but it's okay for us to clap for the things you do support. We got to find somebody to fight that. If we don't stand up, we'll always sit down, and pretty soon you won't be able to speak.
Sir, we are here to talk about.
I am. I'm talking about the $500 million that's costing me to come up here and have to speak on the mic when I could just basically enjoy the life that I would like to live here in Cape Coral. Unfortunately, it's a business meeting. However you address it, you still government officials. And we do have the right to petition or address our governments about the $500 million. Am I right or wrong? By show of hands, how many of you guys support the U.S. Constitution and feel us that we should be able to come up here and speak about how we feel about the $500 million that you guys are spending at your business meeting? It's saddening, and it's even more sad to see these people coming out here waving like gorillas when they don't support what you say. It's a sad world. Please make a change. I don't know how you sleep.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing for ordinance 25-26? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 25-26?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any council discussion? Councilmember Kadook.
Thank you, Mayor. Simply put, we are the developers, we, the homeowners. Cape Coral is very unique in the sense that we are a pre-platted community. You could choose to live in Entrada or Sandoval or somewhere similar where they were putting the infrastructure in already, and that cost is then passed down when you purchase your home. In our case, we bought a single lot and you developed the single lot, and now it is an initiative to get everyone on city water and sewer for environmental purposes. So therefore, that cost is now passed down to us. To address the 100 million, 500 million, whatever million you guys want to talk about, it is specific to a special assessment area. The people that are paying for that are the people that are in that special assessment area. So people in the Southwest, Southeast that have city water and sewer are not paying for that. This is specific to just that special assessment area. The reason why there's no interest rate listed on these documents is because we said earlier, she hasn't gone out to the market yet. We don't know what the interest rate is. Someone also said, I don't understand how you could do this and pass the cost on to the homeowner and the interest rates, and now they have to pay. You can either pay it up front and no interest rate, and it's not on your tax bill for the next X amount of years until you pay it, or you can pay it with the interest. The city is also paying it with interest. She's going out to the market to pay it with interest. So it's affecting just the people that it is affecting. I don't know how else to explain that, but that's why. It's not passed on to everyone. It's passed on to North 1 East homeowners. That's it. I hope that explains it. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell.
Yes, it only makes sense if one they're open to trying to figure out what we're doing up here. So the easy thing is to say, these bunch of idiots up here don't support this, just run us out, and everybody gets real emotional. I told them a long time ago, and especially for the young people here. No, I am saying that there's a lot that goes into this. I moved here in 95. And there's a number of friends out here who've been here and remember back in 2007. There's nothing different going on with these. Everything that's been said there has been said before. We're crushing this, we're doing that, you idiots, throw them out. But the council binded together, understanding that you have to have infrastructure. You can count them on your hands how many cities are trying to build and put in infrastructure. So we're set apart. But everything that you hear there, and I do mean everything, if you go back and follow the history from 2007 up to this point. So this is difficult. We understand what we're doing. There have been so many changes to try to lessen the burden. But as it keeps moving out, unless you know something that I don't know, the cost will continue to increase. There is no getting around that. But I want you to understand there are no simple answers. You cannot just stop, and you have a great example of that, of what happened up here off the Diplomat area when that aquifer it almost went out, and we had to put people were almost about to lose their water. So the council understands the long game. We understand the pain. All of us up here are trying to do the best we can. Yes, though you ought to do the history, we have changed the construction methodology or the actual management company. We've put in some managers, the continual improvement, trying to lessen the burden. But will not get said, however you do, that's fine. But it's a difficult, and I stepped in here to be part of the solution, and nothing about this goes, how this and this, and we will continue to work. I will continue to work, but there's nothing easy about trying to build a city and put in infrastructure and these costs, and we're doing the best we can. Can we get better? Everybody can get better. So what we need is for someone to come up and not just say, all you have to do is this. That's not how it worked. And please, if you think I'm just blowing smoke, go back and pull the data from 2007 and just watch the council meetings. And I'll leave you this. We had something that really hurt me. We were down in the church. Someone asked me one time, I just kind of sit here and my heart breaks because it was so bad that we were down at the church and all of us had to get escorted down there because people were just berating and yelling and screaming. But now, and everything they said was supposed to happen because the council was doing this to them. You look at what happened. Did we have some pain? Yes. But we've got to dig in and work together. I need to work together to find some solutions that'll make sense and will work. But there is no easy, no one's throwing out, no one's, God bless you. You all have a nice time. But we've got to figure this out to move forward together. And as I told you you will never hear me fight and get upset with anyone. Everybody has their own opinion, and God bless you. But please help us, help me, help us, because we literally are all in this together. Please see me if you like to after the meeting, because I love to talk to you face to face. That's all.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and also the audience and those watching. We really need to clean up some discussion that was on the record. So there's not $500 million. I know people are reading all of these. by our charter, administration is required to get approval from city council to issue debt. So the ordinances that you see on here are us asking and getting your approval to finance certain improvements in the city utilizing a debt instrument. The subsequent items before you are resolutions granting us the authority to go negotiate with our financial consultant and the terms around the funding of which we are going to use to finance. So you can't stack them, they run together. The first set, the 110, was for the UEP, North 1 East. There was a lot of discussion related to ordinance 2526, right?
Yes.
Yes. That was just given as part of the issuance of debt for water and sewer infrastructure that was related to the assessment. The assessment one, we've reviewed, you've all passed it. We're now on 2526. Specifically, the 100 million here is going to fund these exact projects, which are treatment and transmission that are going to come through North 1 East or help get major volumes of irrigation, water, and sewer through North 1 East. 2 booster tanks for irrigation that are going to service the entire utility. Extension lines out to another area that's going to connect into the entire system. And the reservoir pipeline and pump station from the Northeast Reservoir in Charlotte County to the city of Cape Coral. These are system improvements that not just the people in North 1 East are going to benefit from, but all of the utility ratepayers that are already on the system, all the way down to Tarpon Point and the Yacht Club, and all future ratepayers that aren't even on the system yet. So I just needed to clarify a lot of discussion and some misunderstanding so that you understand really what's before you. The 110 for the North 1 East assessment, you've already dealt with. This is 100 million for this. There's an ordinance complying with charter. Then there's a resolution granting the authority for us to go execute. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. That was the first of 2 points. Before everyone assumed that the 400 million or 500 million was the right number, it was the wrong number. Twice as much, because these were companion legislations, not cumulative legislation. The fact that they were separated, the funding source for this is municipal bonds. When the municipal bond is issued, investors across the world can choose to invest in that municipal bond. The rate that they will get if they invest in that municipal bond is what allows them to give the money or not. That's why it needs to be shopped. And so when the calculations are done to determine what the assessment is going to be, we have to make an assumption of what that rate's going to be to determine how quickly it will be paid back. And it has to be funded and paid back according to the issuance of the bond. And so that's why there's no exact interest rate attached to it. You could pay for it yourself. All of us that have city water and sewer in Cape Coral have paid an assessment, one way or the other. You either owned the home when the water and sewer came through, and then you were responsible for paying it, or the water and sewer had already come through before you purchased the home, and the price of your home considered the fact that that already had happened. So if you were in an area that had water and sewer already, you could sell your home for more than what someone a mile away could sell their home for because they didn't have water and sewer. So many ways that people afforded the homes that they purchased is they purchased a home that did not have water and sewer yet because it was cheaper to buy it that way. So every single UEP project prior to this one, they all paid their fair share too. This is being done no differently. The difference is in 2015, when I was living in the Southwest and it came through my neighborhood, I had to pay $24,000. That was because it was 11 years ago. We know what has happened to costs over the last 11 years. That's why the assessment is what it is today, to put that same type of equipment and run the utility into North One today. If you don't want to pay interest, you don't have to. Just write the check. No, it's true. But you can't write the check. Or you could go put it on a credit card at 18%. But instead, the city goes out and says, let's find people that are willing to invest in the expenses required in the municipality. And when you do, if you do, you don't have to pay taxes on the interest we're going to pay you. That's why you see these rates at 4%, 4.5%. Well, why is that so much lower than the 6 or the 6.5 that it takes for a mortgage today? It's because the incentive that is given for people to invest in municipalities is that they won't have to pay income taxes on the interest that they will be paid because they gave the money to the municipal bond. So when the determination is made on how much the assessment is going to be and paid for annually through your taxes, they have to make an assumption for what those interest rates are going to be. And there's a complete formula that we have heard from that podium on how that is calculated. And so that's where that comes from. There's an accommodation made for those people that can't make the lump sum payment, which most can't. So instead of having them go out and get the financing themselves, the city facilitates that by going out to the marketplace and selling a municipal bond so that the interest rate is much lower. So I hate to belabor it, but I think understanding for many is helpful. And so this is not a penalty. This is just another area of our city that's being developed at a time where inflated costs are where they are. It was $8,000 when we were first starting this whole thing. But the longer it goes, 2040, it's going to be more. But I believe, are fortunate to live in a city that's not finished yet. But that's what comes along with moving to a city that is still developing, and many people have come from cities that have been developed for decades. And the truth of the matter is we're going to continue to develop for decades, and we're going to have to continue to add to this infrastructure. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that it wasn't $400 or $500 million, that it wasn't all for the same thing, and that this is an effort to make it as economically feasible as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have much more to add. I think it was covered. Thank you, Councilmember Steinke, for clarifying, and Councilmember Kaduke and Danelle. You were here, I think, when the world stopped and we played catch up. I know in as late as 2017, I know with wages and things that were not done for years. But I want to remind everyone too, and I think the gentleman that spoke may have said, required, and you're correct, sir. It is per state statute that our city is required of this. So I think there's a lot of misinformation out there that you get to choose, you can choose not to do it. The city's making me do it. No, it's, it's per state statute. So I just wanted to point that out. I mean, no offense, sir, like I already paid for my assessments in 2014. So I don't want to pay for yours too. I'm kidding, but have a good evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we have no other comments. We have a motion to second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman, Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to Resolution 105-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Resolution 105-26, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Cape Coral, Florida, supplementing Resolution Number 98-86 as previously amended and supplemented, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $100 million in aggregate principal amount of water and sewer revenue bonds, Series 2026, the proceeds of which will be used to finance and refinance costs of the acquisition, construction, and equipping of various capital improvements to the city's water and sewer utility system, making certain other covenants and agreements in connection with the issuance of such bonds, authorizing a negotiated sale of said bonds, delegating certain authority to the city manager and the financial services director for the authorization, execution, and delivery of a bond purchase agreement with respect thereto, and the approval of the terms and details of such bonds, appointing the paying agent and registrar for said bonds, authorizing the distribution of a preliminary official statement and the execution and delivery of an official statement with respect thereto, authorizing the execution and delivery of a continuing disclosure certificate, delegating certain authority to the city manager and the financial services director to determine whether to utilize municipal bond insurance for the bonds, the reserve account requirement, if any, the reserve account insurance provider, if any, and certain other matters, and providing for an effective date for this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Normally, I would turn it over to staff. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, your previous presentation incorporated Resolution 105-26 as well, correct?
That is correct.
All right, with that, I'll open up the public input. Anyone wishing to speak on Resolution 105-26, please come forward. Come on, sir.
Mayor and council, thanks for your time and interest. My name is Bruce Godey. I'm kind of new to this and I'm not the smartest guy. I've heard numbers thrown around of an aggregate of these resolutions and ordinances of $400 to $500 million. I've heard that number rejected out of hand. And I hope to be corrected on this, but as I read this, I saw 100 million of a principal amount with a 192 million of interest. In round numbers, that's 300. For the 100 million, I saw 180 million in interest. In round numbers, that's another 300 million. The 300 and the 300 comes about 600. If I'm wrong, someone can point that out to me. I just thought I'd raise the issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on Resolution 105-26? Seeing none, public input is now closed. Is there a motion regarding Resolution 105-26?
Motion to approve.
Second.
No other discussions by council. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long, Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
And maybe the finance director, if she would, maybe that gentleman that just spoke, maybe out in the hallway, you could try to answer his questions pertaining to the topic he just explained. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Ordinance 2626, that was withdrawn earlier in the very beginning of the meeting, so we'll move on to item 9C, which is last call for comment cards. Anyone that wishes to speak during citizens input, please remember to fill out a comment card up in the front, directly in front of the podium there. The city clerk will collect those once we get to the citizens input aspect of the meeting. Item 9D is introductions. First of which is ordinance 8-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 8-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by repealing section 3.3.10 special events, which is set forth within Article 3 Development Review, Chapter 3 Specific Review Procedures, Administrative Permits and Approvals, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12.5 Parks and Recreation by creating a new Article 2, Special Events, Section 12.5-10, Special Events, pertaining to the regulation of special events in the city, providing for codification and resolution of conflicting laws, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be May 20th, 2026.
Thank you. Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 19-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title and set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 19-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by amending section 3.1.3 Development Approval Process, table 3.1.3 set forth within Article 3 Development Review, Chapter 1, Development Review Procedures, amending Section 3.6.1 Outdoor Display of Merchandise, set forth within Article 3 Development Review, Chapter 6 Other Approvals, and amending Section 5.9.3 Outdoor Display of Merchandise, set forth within Article 5 Development Standards, Chapter 9 Temporary Uses, regarding the decision-making authority of outdoor display of merchandise, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be May 20th, 2026.
Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 22-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 22-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, that amends the city of Cape Coral, Florida official zoning district map of all property within the limits of the city of Cape Coral by rezoning property described as a parcel of land located within lots 9, 10, and 11, block 350, Cape Coral, Unit 7, as more particularly described herein, from residential multi-family low to South Cape Zone. Property located at 1620 Southeast 46th Street, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be May 20th, 2026.
Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 23-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 23-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, that amends the city of Cape Coral, Florida official zoning district map of all property within the limits of the city of Cape Coral by rezoning property described as parcels of land located within lots 9 through 14, block 3230 Cape Coral, Unit 66, as more particularly described herein, from professional office to commercial zone. Property located at 1513 Gleason Parkway, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be May 20th, 2026.
Any discussion by staff or council? Seeing none, we'll move on to ordinance 27-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title, set the public hearing date.
Ordinance 27-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $65 million in principal amount of bonds to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and equipping of various capital improvements within the city, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate legally available non-ad valorem revenues to pay debt service on the bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of such bonds and providing severability and an effective date. The public hearing will be May 20th, 2026.
Any discussion by staff or council?
Yes.
Councilmember Cadid?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Crystal. I think you brought it in my one-on-one, but I don't see it in our backup material. Do you have a breakdown of J.C. Park improvements, golf course irrigation, North 1 West transportation improvements, and seawall improvements to make up the entire 65? Perfect. And then also on top of that, if you could, when you come up to speak, will you also explain which non-ad valorem revenue would be backing these? I believe it's going to be the general fund. It's going to be the golf course revenues.
Just want to clarify, your question was all adding up to 65. This is a not to exceed, so you're not.
I know,
it should be-
she told me
it should
that,
be-
it's below,
Okay.
yeah. But I just meant like, what's the breakout for each one of these 4 individual things? And then also, what is the revenue backing it? Or what is the collateral, so to speak?
The list of projects that will be funded using this debt, it's on the last page of the ordinance. I don't have it with me to pull
It
it
doesn't
up.
have a breakout, but it does say J.C. Park improvements, design and reconstruction of 10.5 acres. It doesn't say 10 million.
So J.C. Park, if you remember, the city council approved that project at $18 million supported by debt. So that's the estimate of that project. The golf course irrigation was estimated at $2.5 to $3 million. Northwest 1 transportation project was estimated at $14 million. And the seawall improvements, which was the Yacht Club seawall, was at $22 to $23 million.
Perfect. And then what is the revenue that is being backed, or how is this being paid for?
When we issue the debt, it's going to be issued based on a covenant of budget to appropriate, which means that we are required to appropriate the annual debt service using non-ad valorem revenue. Now, specifically, as we go through the budget process, what we're going to do is make sure that 6 cents gas tax pays for the North 1 West Transportation Project. The general fund will be responsible for J.C. Park and the seawall project, and the golf course will be responsible to cover the debt service for the irrigation project.
Perfect. And one more question. It says, will this action result in a budget amendment? No. Why is that?
Because these projects, when they were approved, they were budgeted as part of that budget. So for instance, J.C. Park started in fiscal year 25, so the funding was budgeted then. Although it was debt proceeds, it was part of that year's budget, and it's a capital project, so it rolls forward. So we don't have to re-budget those funds once we receive them. Same goes for the irrigation project, all of them actually. They've all been part of a previous year's budget and their capital projects, so those it just rolls forward.
Rolls forward encumbered?
No, because if there's a contract in place and not spent, then yes, it would be encumbered. But if there was no contract put in place, then it wouldn't be encumbered, but it's capital. So it's part of a multi-year project and part of a multi-year fund. So those funds just roll with that fund, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move on to citizens input. Citizens input is a maximum of 60 minutes is set on input. Citizens on matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individuals. Please remember to state your name for the record. Just wanted to make sure that we understand that the business, this is still the business portion of the meeting and the rules still apply. The speaker is always required to maintain a proper decorum, and also the audience that's here in council chambers. Just remember the speaker shall address their comments to the city council collectively as a whole, and not as a particular individual or a staff member or any member of the audience. So with that, Madam City Clerk, I know you have the comment cards. If you could call up the city residents first.
Zenobia Love and Cheyenne Love.
Good evening. My name is Zenobia Love. I wanted to talk to you tonight about the Cape Coral Rowing Club. I was disappointed to see that it wasn't brought up to be put on the agenda by any of the dissenting votes. What has happened in regards to the Cape Coral Rowing Club deserves to be called what it is: a decision that does not align with the facts, the process, or the voice of the community. You've said that your vote reflects a majority, but more than 1,800 residents didn't stay silent. They took action and showed clear support by signing a petition that our rowers, parents, the students have gone out and have collected. That is not something to reinterpret or minimize. That is a stronger signal than assumptions about who might oppose. You've also cited safety. That has been the biggest concern by the majority that you continue to bring forward. And if safety were being applied consistently, that would be understandable, but it isn't. The same waterways, the same traffic, the same conditions are being approved by you for use by kayak and paddle boarders. Meanwhile, a structured, coached rowing program with oversight and safety protocols is being denied. That is not a safety standard. That is an inconsistent one. And people notice that. This is not abstract. These are real students whose opportunities are being limited. My daughter is one of them. My son is one of them. They have put in the hard work, they've shown the discipline, and they've earned the chance to be a part of something meaningful. When you voted no, and when you have not brought it back up for discussion, you are not just rejecting a proposal, you are closing a door on young people who are asking for the chance to grow. I know that your suggestion was to move us to Crystal Lake Park, and I know that there have been ideas brought forth, but no action has been taken. It shows in this meeting as well. Decisions like this don't just end when this meeting adjourns. They define how this council is viewed, specifically the dissenting votes. Whether you listen fully, apply standards fairly, and support the next generation or not. Some of you have children who will maybe feel those effects in the future. So here's the ask. Bring the Cape Coral Rowing Club back on the agenda. Please reevaluate this decision with consistency and transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheyenne Love.
Hello, my name is Taya Love. When I attended a past city council meeting, the mayor stated that he and no one else on the council was against the rowing club. Now we stand in a point of complete uncertainty. I'm deeply disappointed in the city council and our local government. As a first-year rower, I was very excited to continue the next 2 years of my rowing career. I'm truly heartbroken that this has not been brought up on the agenda and that not even the plan to go to Tropicana Park, but plans to move us to Crystal Lake or any other options were brought up. Just so many promises were broken. I hope that every single council member understands the impact that they have had on these young people and that it's not a positive impact. We are losing community, and if this club is disbanded, I think every young person and other person who rows will be incredibly disappointed. This is our whole life, and it's very disappointing, and I think it's very eye-opening for everyone here. Please, please, please bring this back on the agenda for the future, and please support the youth. Thank you.
Gary Eldred, John Mealy, and Keith Wolfenden.
Good afternoon, City Council. Gary Eldred.
You know what I'm going to be talking about because I sent you an email today regarding the intersection of Cape Coral Parkway and Del Prado Boulevard with respect to the median and the deplorable condition that it is in. And I hate to change the subject so much of what we're talking about, but that intersection has overgrown bushes, trash, dead grass, no moats, sprinkler heads that don't work, and no look for the beautification of the city coming across Cape Coral Bridge. And it was interesting to note that when I sent this to the city council, several members of the city council did not know that that median is not owned by the city. It is owned by the county. I've emailed the mayor several times with respect to trying to get that intersection cleaned up because it is a very big eyesore coming into the city, and it's a reflection on the city as people coming across the bridge. It says Cape Coral Bridge. It doesn't say any other bridge. It says Cape Coral, Culvers, Slipaway, everything around there. The mayor assured me, I should say the city council assured me that they would look into it and address it with the county, which he did. So I appreciate that. Subsequently, the mess is still there. There's trash. I sent you guys pictures. It's awful. And I think it's a reflection on our city. When you come in to that area, what better place to show what the city looks like from a beautification standpoint. So I would respectfully ask the mayor or the city council to go back to the people that are responsible and try to fix that. Lastly, I'd like to make another positive comment to Eric Olive. For the last 2.5 years, my passion has been to try to get the decorative lights along Cape Coral Parkway fixed and up and running. Finally, after 2.5 years, that effort will be taking place, I believe, this week. He, along with Ms. Maureen, have been keeping me up to date with respect to how long it's taken. There's only 23 left. And again, one other positive, I do appreciate the quick response by the city council with all the emails that I do send. So I don't speak as much as I used to. So I appreciate everybody getting back to me. Thank you.
John Neely, I'm here to talk about the rowing club. The person that picked up the mantle and has been running with the fix for safety had stated a couple of times to me that I picked up on that she had a petition from 1,500 people, which would basically constitute the voting members of the Northwest Homeowners Association, and that she's for majority rule. We just heard today that there's a petition out there that I signed that's over 1,800. There's 1,869, I think, when I checked today. So I believe the majority rules. Is there anybody here that signed the opposition 1,500 petition? Is anybody here that signed the one that says keep the rowers here? Oh, another majority. Also, the thing missing from the whole thing about opposition to the rowing club are facts. There is not one authority that has been stated that has control over that waterway or enforcement of speed or enforcement of safety or anything over that waterway that said it's unsafe. Nobody. I was a harbor captain at a beach city where I worked for 30 years when I was the chief of staff, and we worked with the Coast Guard, Baywatch, all of them. I've been boating with the rowers. I have watched Sandra Weston, who created basically this, has operated it for almost 2 decades, who operated it in Cape Harbor with 0 incidents, 0 complaints, just inside the lock where a lot of traffic piles up, never had an accident. And she has She calls out orders to these kids and they obey immediately. The unsafe, and I was there, no safety issues. I've been on that spreader up there. I have friends that live there, and the issues are from the residents who are going up there at 20 knots through that spreader. I've heard ridiculous comments like, well, those skulls are 30 or 40 feet wide. There's one person here that has the authority that runs boats up and down there safely, and that's Sandra Rushton, an engineer, a level 2 certified rowing coach. And what you're going to do if you move it is tell her she's wrong, that she isn't for the safety of those kids, and that the 1,500 people that signed that petition that just don't want it in their neighborhood are the ones that are right. Yet she's the only one so far that has the experience and the authority that has spoken up and said it's safe, who was in on the planning of Tropicana Park, and that's where it belongs.
Keith Wolfenden, Ginny Bunch, and Brooke Bunch.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ginny Bunch, and I live in Northwest Cape Coral. I am here on behalf of the Cape Coral Rowing Club. It is time to remove politics and to be honest. This whole conversation and vote is about allowing an organization like the NWNA to determine what is safe and unsafe in the North Spreader Canal instead of facts from law enforcement and its documented safety history. This 4-member council vote is no longer about the Cape Coral Rowing Club, but about the safety of Tropicana Park and its ability to open as the water park it was developed to be. For council to deem the North Spreader unsafe for rowers, both youth and adults, then it is unsafe for all It is unsafe for all non-powered vessels launching from Tropicana Park. The kayaks, rowboats, and standing paddleboards are often novices with little to no experience navigating the waterways, which makes them even more at risk. That being said, council and staff must also justify the $450,000 of taxpayer money spent to develop Tropicana Park, including the floating dock installed just 1 year ago. If the NWNA gets to influence the decision of safety of the rowers from Tropicana Park, this must be just the beginning of an organization's power to influence unjustified claims on council members' decisions. If Tropicana Park opens with the docks in place, the city will open the floodgates for liability if council determines the North Spreader was too unsafe for the Cape Coral Rowing Club, but decides to allow the citizens to be subjected to that same danger. Although the Northwest motorized boats don't like taking an hour or more getting to open water, they don't get to dictate the safety and speed in the North Spreader. All citizens need to equally respect and share the canal systems. Now, let's put the boogeymen to rest. Let the facts be known. Don't allow the docks at Tropicana Park to be shut down because of liability. The North Spreader is and continues to be safe for all non-powered vessels, as it has been for many years. This vote could have huge implications for the city of Cape Coral. Please allow Tropicana Park, as planned, to be the home of the Cape Coral Rowing Club. Thank you.
Brooke Bunch, Annette Warren, Ed Ramos, and Lisette Fiallo.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Annette Warren. I'm in Northwest Cape. I'm not here to talk about the rowing club, but I do support you. My name is Annette Warren. I'm here tonight on behalf of my husband, Chuck Warren, and Coral Ridge Funeral Home and Cemetery. As Memorial Day approaches, we are reminded of the brave men and women who gave their lives in service to our country so that we may live in freedom and peace. Their sacrifice is the foundation of the liberties we enjoy every day, and it is our duty to honor and remember them with gratitude and respect. I would like to personally invite each of you and all members of our community to attend our Memorial Day ceremony on Monday, May 25th at 10 a.m. at Coral Ridge Funeral Home and Cemetery. Directly following the ceremony, we will proceed to Brotherhood of Heroes Veterans Museum for their Memorial Day program as we continue honoring and remembering those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. In addition, we would also be holding our Flags in Day ceremony on Saturday, May 23rd at 9 a.m. The Flags In ceremony is a sacred Memorial Day tradition where volunteers, families, and veterans come together to place American flags at the resting place of our deceased veterans, ensuring that those who gave their lives are never forgotten. These events are meaningful opportunities for our community to come together in remembrance, reflection, and gratitude as we honor the courage, sacrifice, and legacy of our nation's heroes. We would be truly honored to have you join us as we pay tribute to the men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you for your time, and God bless our veterans, our active service members, and the United States of America.
Please, no clapping.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Ed Ramos. I'm a 54-year resident of Cape Coral, past chair of the City of the City CRA and Affordable Housing Committee, past chair of the Chamber and CCCIA. I appreciate and respect what you all do as city staff, what you all do as well as city staff. I have known many of you for years and have talked to all of you at one time or another. I think you've known me to always follow proper decorum with you and city staff. I'm here this evening as a private citizen and want to address the email that you received concerning the termination of the MOU, and specifically item 4 in that memorandum. I felt it necessary to address this item as I was responsible for this meeting that the paragraph refers to. This meeting was a routine meeting that the CCCIA had with the building official and development services director or deputy director. Item 4, titled Disruptive Engagement Practices, states that members of our organization were yelling at the city's building staff, and this narrative is totally inaccurate. The CCCIA did invite a prominent electrician along with 3 others that were knowledgeable with the topic. As I showed up to the meeting, it turns out that approximately 25 electricians showed up, which the CCCIA did not invite. I immediately entered the room alone and advised the building official and deputy development services director that it was absolutely not our intent for those individuals to show up, and if they wanted me to get rid of them or enter the room. They agreed to let them, the decision was made to let them enter. I would agree that the conversation was passionate and frankly heated at times, but there was no yelling. One individual that previously worked with the building official and not a CCCIA member was the most vocal and did make a remark that was out of line. The CCCIA attendees were very reserved. I was mindful and ready to silence the group if things did indeed get out of hand. The topic was discussed. The group was asked to leave, where we continued with the remainder of the agenda. And by the way, this specific meeting took place July 23rd, 2024. Fast forward to the CCCIA's next routinely quarterly meeting with the city manager. When we entered the room, much to our surprise, the city's department heads were kept in the room from the prior meeting by the city manager. The city manager then proceeded to chastise us like children in front of the department heads regarding the July 24th meeting I just described. Never in all my years of volunteering for the city or other organizations have I been treated this way. This was retribution, it was personal, and it was unprofessional. We explained the scenario to the city manager, staff left the room, and we continued with our meeting. And please don't take this account from me. You can ask any department head that was in attendance. I've never mentioned this to any council member, and I thought it was behind us, and we had an understanding with the city manager. I'm only bringing this up now because of this email.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
I agree with the young people, okay? Okay. I am Miss Fialo and I'm used to the AI. Let me try. I think it's better for me.
Here again after 1 month because they prevented me from returning. Because one cannot speak freely here. Only what you allow. You are violating freedom of speech under the Constitution. I did live 32 years under dictatorship. And today I feel I am living under another local dictatorship system. Because you are violating my rights. You place the podium too close to the police. This is called intimidation and terror. And right next to the exit door. As if we did not deserve respect or dignity. I, as a citizen and taxpayer, have felt racism from this local government. Number 1, from the Code Enforcement Department inspector and manager. Number 2, from my council member. Number 3, from the mayor. Because when I asked for help through legal channels in this government, the only thing they have done is ignore my emails and my requests submitted to the clerk of this chamber. You do not respond. But since I only claim my equal rights, here I am telling you, who owes nothing, fears nothing. I don't drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I do not owe taxes to the state.
Yeah. Okay. Continue.
My Airbnb less than 7 nights.
No, hay un teléfono.
Registering my Airbnb.
Arriba es un teléfono. Llamada de teléfono está.
I don't drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I do not owe taxes to the state. I went to the Code Enforcement Department many times to register my Airbnb and nobody could tell me if that applied to me because I live in the property. That inspector took me to court with 2 violations. Number 1, for renting my Airbnb less than 7 nights. Number 2, for not registering my Airbnb with the city. He did not present the second one to the court. He covered it up for his own benefit because he knew very well how many times I came to register it, and he never returned my calls. His name is RM, and he has harassed me on several occasions. If you make rules otherwise, it is racist against me, because you must enforce the law for everyone equally, and even more so when violations are visible from the street or from the Airbnb platform, just as the inspector told me. Also, it is very unprofessional and unethical that when I am speaking here, my council member looks at me with love from her chair. That makes me respond to her on social media. Her attitude is a bad example for society. Respect so that you may be respected. You don't have my vote because you are not an example for society and you don't represent me from that chair. This is my opinion.
Thank you.
I only say,
thank you.
Brady McDonald, Christina Byrne, and Nolan Ballo. Brady McDonald, Christina Byrne, and Nolan Ballo. Brady McDonald.
Hello, I'm Christina Byrne, and I live in the Southwest Cape, and my granddaughter, Mackenzie Rose. I don't know too much. I do know that what's going on shouldn't be going on. They should be able to row. I don't know why they can't row. There's some type of shenanigans or something going on that's clear. It's very clear. Can't get into anyone's mind or heart, so I really don't know. But my guess is that's what's going on. Has something to do with some buildings or something that's going to be on 7 islands. That sounds to me like that's a lot of money. So money's changing hands and everything, but this is a really good thing for the kids. Rowing is awesome. We all should do it. And if they don't have it, it's sad. What are they going to do? And then my other question was, I think someone said they should hide their stuff, like the boats and stuff. It makes people upset. And they have to do it with their own money. These kids volunteer to make money for the rowing thing. How are they going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to hide their stuff? Do you make the baseball players and the football players and the other sports, do they have to hide their stuff and build stuff to hide? And another thing, I live on a canal, and I would love to just have it be for me. I would love my husband and I to be able to just hop in the boat and go and not have to worry about kayakers and crew people, but that's not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be for everybody. Everybody pays taxes. And I think that's all I have to say. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next person,
All right, guys. Once again, I'm back just to make sure we can exercise our First Amendment rights. By the way, who up on the city council supports the United States Constitution, if y'all don't mind me asking? By show of hands. Right there, city, you can see that's part of your problem right there. When you guys don't have enough respect for us to say that I respect the Constitution, how can we expect you to respect the Constitution? I'm telling you, the First Amendment is the main thing that I like to focus on. The reason is because my property taxes went up and I'm a disabled veteran on a fixed income. And after going through cancer and surviving, I feel like I got to find a way to make extra money to make this successful here, be able to feed my family and pay my mortgage. So I did start a YouTube channel, and I think off my iPhone 4 here, my goal is to make $1 million. You set a goal, you make it. That's what it's all about. You write it down, you make the goal. I'm hoping like heck I can get there because, man, those property taxes are going to be $1 million before long. To the kids here, man, you guys are our future. Some of you guys are going to run for office here, or maybe not after going through this. Some of you guys may go to the Olympics one day for rowing. You're going to represent Lehigh Acres instead of Cape Coral because of what you're going through at this age. And if we don't stand up, I'm telling you, if you don't stand up, and I'm not trying to say be anti-government because the government isn't the problem, it's the people in the government. When they say police are bad, it's not the police department, it's a couple police in the department that's bad. So if you don't stand up to the people that aren't supporting you and not vote for them and speak when you can, you're going to be rowing on Okeechobee. How's that sound? I'm not trying to scare you guys with just common sense, but listen, man, we got to speak up. You got to let these people know by voting or not voting for who doesn't support what you support. I know for a fact these guys aren't rowing anymore. They're in the last 10 to 15% of their life. I'm not rowing. I can't swim, but I care about the kids in the future. What is going on here? It's easy for them to have no connection to this rowing, our youth rowing, to say, no, go to Okeechobee and row. Row your way down, row your boat to Key West if you want to, just not from Tropicana Park. So what I would do, if I was a rower, if I knew how to swim, I'd go to Tropicana Park every Saturday, have barbecues and row my ass off. I would row to Africa and back, but I would just in Tropicana Park just to make sure those people that don't respect the non-motorized vessels learn to respect us. As a matter of fact, I'm going to learn how to swim and learn how to row so I can make sure I earn respect. Sit up there, don't respect the Constitution. A Constitution lawyer will help us one day. I'm looking for one. Please pay attention. Don't be part of the problem. Be part of the solution. Respect people. Clap now or hold your peace forever. Hit the gavel. Hit that gavel, buddy.
Yep, we'll take a
That's your power.
15-minute break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Again, the same decorum policy will continue. If there is another outbreak like we just experienced, citizens' input will be terminated. There will be no more citizens' input. So please abide by the rules so we can get through citizens' input and make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. Remember, citizens' input is only 60 minutes long. It will discontinue at 8:19. We started citizens' input at 7:19. So with that being said, Madam City Clerk, please call the next person.
Can I get the
Nolan
rest of my time?
Follow. Megan McManus.
Sir, if you outburst again, you'll be leaving.
I was just asking if I could get the rest of my
Officer,
time.
escort that gentleman out of here.
If I don't. So you're asking.
Madam City Clerk, go ahead and call the next person.
Nolan Ballo.
No.
Why you hit me with the door? No, why you hit me with the door? Why'd you hit me with the door? That's right there.
Good, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, councilors. As a rower, I have brought up to the council and individual members concern about the length of the canal, promises made to us, safety concerns, wasted taxpayer dollars, the Bishop Row rowers who may not be able to make it to Crystal Lake due to traffic and school scheduling, the issue that the plan for the Dragon Boat Club's moves to Crystal Lake will have to be changed due to the fact that the rowing club doesn't actually have a plan to move to Crystal Lake other than you guys got the boot. And to top it off, the hungry gators in the area of Crystal Lake. And to clarify, they don't stay in the lake. Wild animals don't just sit still. They like to go around. So whether it's the state championship titles that the youth program has brought has been enough to bring back the issue, or perhaps the 1,869 people and voters' signatures that our petition raised may not have convinced you that people cared about this issue. Convincing lodging reasons may not be enough to convince that the people who do not want us rowing at Tropicana, who, by the way, clearly don't care enough to show up in numbers like us, despite supposedly being a larger majority than us from the start, which we have obviously now surpassed. All of this, and we ask you to bring the topic up for reconsideration. Despite our feats, the urging from the community, we were promised to move to Tropicana, but I guess it's as easy as taking away candy from a baby. Thank you for your time.
And David Mullica.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Megan McManus. I'm the proud mother of a member of the Cape Coral Rowing Club, Henry McManus. I was raised on Fort Myers Beach, and while I was growing up, Cape Coral was a grid of houses. It was not a community. I left in 1993 to serve in the military, and when I moved back to the area in 2020, I found that Cape Coral is now a real community where I'm going to put down roots and raise my children. Today, I'm asking you to make a decision that will keep the Cape Coral Rowing Club, that will keep Cape Coral growing in the direction of a community. The arguments against the City Council's original decision to allow Cape Coral Rowing Club to move to and utilize Tropicana Park have all been like throwing spaghetti at a wall to see what sticks. First, the neighborhood association didn't like the aesthetics of this particular sports club, but were tolerant of others. And when that didn't gain enough traction, their concern was safety. And when those concerns were found to be completely unsubstantiated, the argument was then changed to, well, the possibility of safety concerns at some point in the future. Are we to believe that this neighborhood association has such altruistic concern for these rowers that those concerns actually supersede the decisions of the rowers' own parents, certified coaches, and the planners who designed this park specifically for the safety of launching these boats? And why do they not have the same concerns for kayakers? I believe there's a different reason that the neighborhood association does not want to share the waterways and community resources, but I don't believe we've heard that reason yet because they can't say it out loud. Could it be that having rowers in the North Spreader would force them to abide by the already established minimum wake zone? Either way, they stand to benefit something, otherwise they would not be so adamant about overturning your original decision. So I am respectfully asking you to consider what is that benefit, and is it more important to allow them that benefit or to allow Tropicana Park to be used for its intended purpose by the groups that it was intended to benefit? Do we want a community made up of organizations like Cape Coral Rowing Club doing great things? Or do we want a community ruled by neighborhood associations that get the chance to override the decisions of this city council using unsubstantiated rationale at the 11th hour because sharing community resources might possibly inconvenience them? I'm asking you to please have the fortitude and frankly humility to be willing to change your mind and do what is ethically right. Keep your word, keep your promises. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. My name is David Malika, and I'm just here tonight. I am a county commissioner, but I'm here tonight as an individual, just as a kid who grew up 2 miles from here in Cape Coral and was the first class through Cape Coral High School in 1984. So I wanted to speak on behalf of supporting the rowing club interests here. When I heard about this issue, I grew up here in Southwest Florida. I'm a lifelong resident, as you know, and I grew up on the water, and I'm a water bug, and I had a wonderful life growing up here. And I want to see these kids have the same opportunity that I did to continue their safe boating practices here in Cape Coral. So don't clap. Stop. Okay. Now, in order to get respect, we have to give respect, okay, when we speak up here. So I appreciate your civility and all your rules of decorum. It means a lot to me. But I think it's important. I think that somewhere along the way, this conversation may have got lost in the weeds. The public waterways are not regulated by local governments, right? They could splash those boats anywhere and be on that water anytime they choose. Those are not our waters to govern. The access of a public park is just that. We can't tell one person they can use the public boat ramp and dock and another person that they can't. That would really sound awful to me. And to say that it's unsafe, as a licensed captain, I can tell you non-motorized vessels have right of way over motorized vessels. And this group of kids and these people are very disciplined and honest and respectful. So they could kayak and, row, I'm using the wrong boat term here, but they could row out there anytime they see fit and we couldn't stop them. But I just want to grant them the access to that same park. And I would recommend that if something got out of balance or got overheated possibly, I value all and respect all of you as friends, colleagues, and the hard work that you put in to try to make everybody happy. I understand. But I think if you could just step back for a moment, and for those of you that could possibly, I'm respectfully asking you to reconsider this and maybe consider a shorter term lease. Everybody expected that they'd be open here now. If you try to kick somebody out immediately when they had no plans at all to move anywhere else, to then evict them immediately without any chance of a transition, I think it would be honestly respectful and appreciated if you picked a 2-year term, a 3-year term with a 1-year renewal or something. I think it was 20 or 25 years in the original one. And I won't pretend to know everything that you guys discussed on this, but I'm asking you for a path of respect and being good neighbors. And I think all of the neighbors in the Northwest Cape should be respectful of each other. And I'm humbly asking you, as a Cape Coral kid that grew up here on the water, to give them another shot. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Scott and Joe Angrisano.
Joe Angrisano, Northwest Cape, Part 2. It's very important to me to represent the Northwest Cape. And I mentioned SaveCapeCoral.com. I appreciate that, Counselor, I really do. But anyway, I'm listening to a lot of different things. Now that I'm here and in the public eye, I'm hearing a lot of things in the course of the week. And what's coming up, to just change the subject just a little bit, love the rowers, but I'm going to change things just a little bit. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Right now, the Code Compliance Division has approximately 30, does that sound right? 30 officers running things right now, 30 compliance officers. These officers are complaint driven. Each day they respond to numerous residents' complaints through the 311 system, the mobile app, and the website. They conduct inspections primarily from the public right-of-way, issue warnings when necessary, citations that ultimately go to the magistrate. Here are the top 8 complaints that I'm hearing that are getting addressed by the compliance people. Irrigation and water violations, boats, trailers, RV parking, property maintenance, litter, trash, debris, health, sanitation issues, failure to register residential rentals, construction site violations and inactive permits, unpermitted work, and storage violations. While I support strong code enforcement that protects property values and neighborhood quality of life, far too many residents feel the current system is unfair, inconsistent, and overly aggressive towards average homeowners. Making the reporter's name public is a major complaint. There's got to be a way to keep it, to figure out how not to make it public. That's one of the things that's a big problem. Let's see, we can go with a clear written warning for everybody, ensure consistent, fair, and even-handed enforcement across all neighborhoods, no selective targeting. Prioritize serious health, safety, and welfare violations over minor neighbor disputes. Expand voluntary compliance and education programs that have already proven successful in the downtown CRA district. Create a simple, transparent resident feedback system so we can measure and continually improve customer service. Make the process more user-friendly by clearly communicating the deadlines and appeal rights. Cape Coral residents deserve code enforcement that is firm but fair, a system that corrects problems without punishing hardworking families. By adopting these straightforward improvements, we can restore trust, reduce unnecessary fines, and make code compliance a department residents respect instead of fear. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. That will be the 1 hour for citizens input. I will open up for any council discussion for citizens input. Councilmember Steinke.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Steinke. Do we, I mean, a lot of these kids are here and maybe they're here to speak. Would you be open, would you guys be open to giving another
I would like
5,
to make
10?
a motion to suspend the 60-minute
You have
time
to
limit,
make a motion.
allowing whoever else here.
Thank
that
you.
filled out a
I would
card
like to
speak.
make that motion just to extend it for another 15 minutes to let some of the rest of these kids speak. Thank you.
And was there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right. Any other discussion? I know I have some lights on, but I think they were on from before. Any other discussions on this topic? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Can I confirm the motion is to,
extend citizens input another
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
okay. And the second agrees?
Yep.
Okay. Kilrain,
No.
Lastra,
Aye.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Okay,
Katie?
that'll take us, it's 8:19, so we have 15 minutes. Go ahead and call the next individual.
Katie Thompson and Kyle Lahamadou.
Before I begin, I want to give a quick shout out to the Cape Coral Rowing Club for the positive impact that they have on our community and for giving young people opportunities, discipline, teamwork, and mentorship. Organizations like that help make Cape Coral stronger. My name is Katie, and on behalf of District 4. And I'm here tonight because I believe Cape Coral needs to do more to help the people in this community who are struggling quietly every day. We have working families without insurance, seniors choosing between medication and groceries, veterans needing support, and residents waiting until health problems become emergencies because they cannot afford basic care. Cape Coral needs a community clinic focused on helping these less fortunate, uninsured, underinsured, and underserved. A clinic like this could provide basic health care, preventative care, mental health support, and connect people with resources before situations become serious emergencies. This not only would help families, it would also directly help our first responders. Right now, police, firefighters, and EMS are often responding to nonviolent mental health calls, preventable medical emergencies, and situations that became critical simply because someone could not access care earlier. When people have access to healthcare and support before reaching a crisis point, it reduces unnecessary 911 calls, reduces ER overcrowding, and allows first responders to focus on true emergencies where every second matters. A stronger healthcare support system creates a safer and a healthier community for everyone. I also believe council meetings should be more accessible for working residents. Many people want to be involved, but cannot attend because they are working to support their families. A strong city is not measured only by growth and development. It is measured by how it treats people who need help the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kyle Amadou, District 7. I want to remind everyone in this room what the First Amendment actually protects. It protects the right of the people to speak freely and petition their government. Nowhere does it say that those grievances must be delivered politely, softly, or in a tone that makes elected officials feel comfortable. Now, let's be clear. Decorum rules do not give the government the authority to silence criticism. They must be applied fairly and cannot be used to shut down speech simply because it is direct, emotional, or uncomfortable. Our courts have made it clear. Speech can be vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp. That is not a flaw in the system. That is the system. Because when citizens feel ignored, their tone reflects that in reality. In Cohen versus California, the Supreme Court made it clear that even offensive language is protected. The court said one man's vulgarity is another man's lyric. Courts have also made it clear that speech cannot be restricted simply because it is directed at specific officials. You cannot force citizens to water down their message just to make it easier for you to hear. Yes, you can enforce reasonable rules, time limits, order, structure. No one's arguing against that. But there is a line you cannot cross. You cannot silence someone simply because their message is critical, uncomfortable, or direct. We are not required to be agreeable to participate in our own government. We are here to be heard, and sometimes being heard isn't pretty. The Constitution does not protect comfort. It protects the citizen. And when someone stands here and says something you don't like, that's not a violation, that's accountability. Done with that, I'm going to quickly speak about the rowing club, and the NWNA seems to have some frigging hold over some people up here. And I've also heard that Kevin Black is allegedly somebody's fishing buddy. But this group of kids actually gets to be kept out of trouble. Okay? These are good things for these kids. And as we know, some people's children don't stay out of trouble. Some people's children actually have to go through the court process because of what they do, and maybe because they're not being parented as well, or maybe because they don't have these actual programs that they should be a part of. So I just think you guys want to think about that. Thank you.
Paula Schultheis, Paul Gaywood, and Julia Atari.
Julia Atari, Vice Chair, Take Out the Trash, Cape Coral. I support the rowing club. They know that. And I think they have every right to use that park. And I think you should have never broken your promise to them. But that's not what I'm here about. I'm back on the flag because I did my homework. And I want to know when exactly this went out to the public. You're using the city land. I went through the contract, the loan for the city. So every time you donate money, you know, it goes back to the guy that loaned the money. It doesn't go to the flag. I read the contract. So that made it a city property project. So you gave a park to the city manager without due process. And you know it, because I've told you. And if any of you have 2 minutes of time when you go home, look it up for yourself. You did not follow proper procedure. And that is not the way this city is supposed to run. J.C. Park, I just wanted to talk a bit about that. There's a difference between a sapling and a tree. Okay, so if you go to the park, you better be as old as Moses to get under a tree because they didn't plant any. So he paid all this money for saplings. There are no trees, no shade. You're going to kill people out there. They're going to die in the heat. So I don't understand where that money went. Now we're talking about, he said a 30-year lease for the rowing club. What happened to J.C. Park's concessionaire? That park was never supposed to cost us any money. It was a P3. Did we ever go after Amato for the $1.4 million? I know I'm preaching to the choir because I sing the same song for a year now. Where is the money that he owes us? This park cost the citizens a lot of money and was never budgeted to be a citizens project. That project was a P3. When that contract went dead in the water, you should have restructured it, and you didn't. So now we're back to doing the same crap, different day with the yacht club. You're overspending. We don't have the money for the yacht club. So my suggestion is, and I always say, it's not the project, it's the procedure. You don't follow procedure. You just wing it. This one wants it, okay. This one wants it, we don't like him, so it's a nay. You're not following proper procedure, and I want you to look up what happened with that flagpole, because I am sending we know we have one auditor general here. We're going to have another one, because procedure matters. You want us to follow rules. You shut us down. You stop for 15 minutes because we didn't follow your rules. You're not even following state law.
Bruce Goda, Jeff Lockhart, and Kellen Surasenya.
Jeff Lockhart, District 5. District 5 has been unrepresented for about as long as I've lived there, as far as I'm concerned. Might have to get a stick to prop his head up the next citizen's input. Just a couple things. I know one of the council members 6-8 years ago brought up something about homeless shelters for homeless people. I haven't heard anything about it. I know they're just like the coyotes and the burrowing owls are taking all their habitat away. I mean, Pine Island Road, you plowed that all down. They came out of there like rabbits running out of a sugarcane field on fire. Well, not running, but they came out of there. Where'd they go? Gas stations. My wife had my granddaughter in the car one day, and some guy pulled his trousers down and took a crap right on Hancock Bridge Parkway. Behind a mobile gas station. What do you tell your 4-year-old granddaughter? Welcome to Cape Coral. If it was down at the bus station, they wouldn't be there. Homeless shelter. Why don't we, if we have this property in industrial parks, could you maybe zone that to build a homeless shelter? So you don't bother residents with the homeless shelter? I mean, there's got to be somewhere with all this land that the Cape owns. We could probably, maybe look into that. I might be wrong, but I think it'd be a great idea, like you say. We're growing, and we're going to keep growing, and people can't afford it. They're going to be living on the street. And then we're going to keep growing, and we're going to run out of water. The Growing Club ain't going to have to worry about nothing. Oh, wait, that's salt water, so we'll take care of that, brackish water. These kids right here, the last 2 meetings, they've been so polite. I watched the meeting to begin with, and you praised these kids, and now you're basically dumping on them. It's like me giving you $1 million lottery ticket for a gift. You win, and I come up and I say, oh, no, you weren't supposed to get that. you get this $2 scratch off. You know, so I'm support you to the max, all the youth. It seems like the budget's been kind of, people concerned about the budget. It didn't seem to be that way till you let the budget review committee go. And just one other thing about the water that people have to pay for. Do real estate agents have to tell the home buyer that there's going to be a $35,000 or $40,000 bill coming down the road?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Gunter and esteemed council members. My name is Kellen. I would like to share my story with you. I joined the Cape Coral Rowing Club during my sophomore year, soon after moving here from Sri Lanka. That transition was not easy. School felt unfamiliar, the culture was different, and for a while, I struggled to feel like I truly belonged. Then I found rowing. Joining this club became one of the most transformative experiences of my life. It gave me discipline, structure, and a community when I needed one most. My coaches taught me lessons that go far beyond the water. Coach Sandra often reminds us that we are 5 minutes away from adulting, and that now is the time to learn responsibility, accountability, and how to carry ourselves with maturity. Those words have stayed with me. They pushed me to take ownership of my actions, my goals, and my future. My teammates gave me friendship, support, and a sense of belonging. My coaches gave me guidance that is helping shape the kind of man I want to become. That is why this decision is about far more than a piece of property. If this club is forced to move somewhere it cannot afford, it will not simply relocate. It will disappear. And if it disappears, young people in Cape Coral and across Southwest Florida will lose far more than a sport. They will lose a place that teaches discipline, belonging, and character. They will lose a place that helps kids grow into adults. It may not be this council's intention to end the rowing club, but intentions do not change outcomes. Actions have consequences, and this decision has the power to protect a program that gives young people purpose, family, and a place to belong, or to take that away. For me, losing this club would be like losing a part of my family. Please do not let a decision about land become a decision that costs young people their home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I've called all the names on the cards.
Okay. Citizens' input is now closed, and I will open it up for council discussion. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things I had to the young lady that talked about the need for assistance for those in need in our community. We're sensitive to that. We just had our strategic planning meeting that we put together on over the next 5 years, which should be our priorities, and both mental health and additional hospital availability was brought up as primary needs that we needed to focus on here right out of the box. And the Lee Health in the new Bimini Basin project, component part of that is actually a children's behavioral health center through Golisano. So they're coming. We can't get them fast enough, but it is on the radar, and a second hospital for our city is a top priority. As far as the code violations and concern about not having adequate address of those code complaints, it was stated that they are only citizen activated, if you will. That is not true. There are numbers of proactive cases that are opened, and if you wanted to, through a public records request on a regular basis, it is documented for each one of the code officers how many code cases that they attended that were citizen initiated, and how many that were proactive, and what those case numbers are. And I think you'll find that many of them are proactive code violations that are open, and then there's a process that has gone through to get those closed out. As it relates to the fact that it's an anonymous complaint, that actually is a state statute. That is not up to our purview. So we have to follow state statute on that. To the gentleman that asked about supporting the Constitution, I can't speak for 7 others up here, but I can speak for myself. I do my best to follow the rules, just like we expect attendees of this meeting to follow the rules. And that point in time is not a two-way discussion. Now is the time when I can speak, and I can tell you I do support the U.S. Constitution. I was just unable to say it at that time because it's not a two-way conversation at that moment. So whether it's audible or visual, showing of hands, we're not allowed to do that during citizens input. It's not a two-way conversation. So I'm happy to tell you at this point I do support the Constitution. And as it relates to the moving of the lectern, that actually was a safety move that was recommended to us. For those of you who've been coming to these meetings and seen enough of them, we've had some relatively hostile individuals that were here. And the whole reason for it to be by the door was for safe removal if necessary. We don't want to remove anybody. But sometimes it's not just the fact that someone is speaking out of order, but someone that is being threatening, and that individual being removed could harm citizens out in those seats. And by having the lectern there, if they had to be forcibly removed, it would keep the citizens sitting in those seats out of harm's way. That's why it's there. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, how about Councilmember Lehman?
Yes. I understand the situation with the rowing club, and as I have said to many of you, I am trying to work on a solution. I met with Sandra Weston today, showed her the plan that I had, the drawings, the costs, the whole 9 yards, and she gave me some input back. I've got to go back to the drawing board with it, and I would like to make a motion to bring it up at the COW for discussion next week. If the rest of the council is amenable to that. But yes, I am still working on it. I'm not leaving you high and dry. Thank you.
Councilmember Lehman made a motion. Is there a second for
Yes.
that motion?
My motion was to bring up the discussion of the rowing club. I will be, at that point, I will have a set plan. It will be distributed to all of council. And I would like to have it brought up for discussion at the COW next week.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Lehman, I was actually going to ask for a second to work on exactly what Commissioner Mullica said about looking at giving them a temporary solution until we can find a longer solution. So I don't know, Mayor, I should probably wait right until my comments before I ask for that second, correct?
Yeah, we got to get through this motion.
Yes, sir.
first.
Okay.
I'm working on
Okay,
a
maybe,
permanent
okay, maybe
solution.
hold it for your comments, I think is the clarification, correct, Mayor?
Is there a second to Councilmember
Oh, okay.
Lehman's motion is what I'm looking for. With no second, then that motion fails. So Councilmember Lehman, since you still have the floor, I'll give it back to you before we move to the another individual.
Yes, and yes, I will keep working on it. I'm sorry that, I made the motion. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a second. We'll see what we can do. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I feel like I'm drawing at straws at this point. But I am trying. Thank you.
Real quickly, I think we have to get through tonight's meeting. We all know that there's a reconsideration that could be brought up. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. If we don't have that and we get through this meeting, I do think staff should, at that time, try to come up with an alternate plan and bring it back before council. There's no reason for the 8 of us, whether there's 2 of us, 3 of us, 4 of us, working on something. I think that, not that we can't participate with the city manager and provide our input, but if there's not going to be a second tonight, I think it would be beneficial for us as a collective body to let the city manager work on an alternative plan or plans that could be plural and bring that back to a committee of the whole once he has had an opportunity to do that. In my opinion, that's the direction that I think would benefit all of us, not only us, the rowing club, everyone involved, to come up with a variety of options and bring it back. Do I think that we are going to get that accomplished by next week? I don't believe so. But in the very near future, I think that that could be brought back for us to have a discussion to see what our plan B option may be. And we may have several options on the table. I'm not sure. But we got to at least get through this meeting tonight to see if there's going to be a reconsideration. If not, I think the city manager can start working on that plan B option. And I think all of us would have that opportunity to express to the city manager what our recommendation may be, and he can take that into advisement and then bring back to us an alternative plan that we have, because it would be, in my opinion, burdensome if Councilmember Laster's working on something, I'm working on something, you're working on something. I think we should delegate that to the city manager and let him bring those options, with us having the opportunity to provide input to the city manager. And then at some time, we'll come back for a collective conversation. As we all know, we make decisions by a majority. I personally believe that's a better scenario, but a majority of us would have to agree to that. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, Mayor, I would recommend that we ask the 4 who have the opportunity to reconsider if they're willing to do that now. If not, then go to your plan B. I think that's a good process.
And I'm okay with that. If we, want to provide that now, to me, my decision's not going to change now between now and then.
Mine is not either.
So I believe if Mr. City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, the 4 individuals that could entertain a reconsideration motion, if I'm not mistaken, is Councilmember Kilrain, Councilmember Long, myself, and Councilmember Lehman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So why don't we go ahead and start with Councilmember Long and just go down the list?
That's not how this works. I mean, the way it works is that an individual council member that's one of those 4 would make that motion for reconsideration. This
All
is redundant to ask them if they want to do. It's a double negative.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you don't hear from me, then that's my
All
answer.
right. All right. So I guess there's 2 ways to look at this. Any of those council members that I had just mentioned that the city attorney had stated that we could do a reconsideration vote. Any of those council members want to make that motion? All right. With that being said, would the council like for the city manager to provide alternatives at a future committee of the whole meeting?
I would make that motion, Mayor.
All right.
I would like to make a motion that they shorten the lease for the time being, because it's supposed to be the 7 Islands is the traffic or the future potential traffic. So why don't we shorten the lease for now? Let them use it. And then we can have direction to the city staff to find a permanent home.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Wait a minute. Let's,
That's my
yeah,
motion.
we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's address that first. Yeah, Councilmember Lehman said second, didn't you, Councilmember Lee? Said Councilmember Kilrain's motion. Yes, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Yeah. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to direct the city manager to come up with alternatives other than Tropicana Park. Is that what the motion maker is?
That's correct.
Is that what the second is? All right. Any other discussion?
Wait, question.
Yes.
Sorry. So well, then what we're saying is that if we don't get a majority support on this, because some of us still feel that Tropicana is the best place, at least temporarily, I'm trying to figure out a way we can compromise.
If this motion fails, somebody else can make another motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
That being said, any other discussion on this motion?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
In the alternatives that would be brought back from the city manager, could one of the alternatives be a shorter lease at Tropicana?
Sure. Why not?
If I may, that's not the motion that I heard. I thought it was alternatives other than Tropicana Park. Now, if the motion is for the city manager to city administration in order to identify all viable alternatives, then council member, you would be correct, but that's not what I heard. That's not the motion that I heard. That's not what was seconded.
I would still modify my motion to include that.
Wait.
So you would modify the motion to include,
If a shorter lease could be one of those alternatives, although it may not be, but it could be one.
okay. The second agree?
I didn't hear what he said.
What he said is he would recraft his motion to say that he would allow alternatives at Tropicana Park as well, basically. A shorter lease could be one parameter. Do you agree?
Other alternatives.
I'm sorry?
In addition to other
Yes.
alternatives?
Yes.
Yes, I will continue.
It needs to die.
So, sorry, Mayor, question, sorry. So to clarify this, what you're saying is that it could be other alternatives, including the shorter lease option at Tropicana Park to discuss at a future CAL.
Yeah, all options. The
And-
way I see it, pretty much all options.
Okay, and can it be soon so these kids have a place to row or
Well, they have a place. to
I know,
go.
but
They're-
what I'm-
They're working out of Seven Islands.
for how long?
When I spoke to the owners, they said that particular island isn't up for any type of
Okay.
construction. So I don't think they're out of a home or they can't
Okay.
row. They can continue where they're at, for several more months while we're having this discussion.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't take that long.
That's what I'm saying.
But
That's,
I don't think that the owners of Seven Islands are going, you got to get out.
okay, just want to clarify that and have that on record. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mayor, I apologize, just so that the clerk gets the motion correct, and I'm going to try to rephrase it and make sure I've got it correctly. It's a motion being made by Councilmember Kilrain, directing the city manager to identify all potential options for the rowing club, which may include a shorter period of time at the Tropicana Park and any other potential viable options for consideration by the council to be presented at a committee of the whole meeting. Is that correct?
Properly stated. That's why we pay the big bucks there, my friend.
Second agrees.
Thank you. I apologize.
We got several lights on, so I'm not sure if it's a result of this, but I'll go down them to see. Councilmember Donnell, I got your light on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I'm confused. So I'll just ask the question: when we don't get to talk, this is sunshine at its core. So I'm interested before on the motion, before I can vote, I need to have some clarity what's going on. Councilmember mentioned that she talked to one, and they were talking. What was the option that you all were talking about? Because it might impact how I vote on this motion. Where was the, I'm asking, is that something I can ask Mr. City Attorney in the sunshine? Because we never talked. Because that will impact my vote.
You could certainly ask, and I think it's been even mentioned by the city manager, if I'm not mistaken, during this.
I haven't heard anything about whatever they talked about, Ms. Sandra, and what this next piece, what did they talk about?
There was a reference to the Crystal Lake and the Dragon Boaters, and the reason why that has not been moved forward is because there wasn't going to be a certainty whether or not the rowing club would be migrated over up to north. So I think that is one of the issues that has been discussed. I believe during the committee of the whole meeting, there was also discussion about it going in the northern spreader over there by Crystal Lake. So that is not some secret, and nor has that been something that has not been discussed publicly. And I believe there were some expressions by some council members that they would support it being at Crystal Lake, or at least that spreader at the top over there behind Crystal Lake. So that is, I believe, one of the options that has been discussed and mentioned.
I appreciate it, but I'm asking the council member, what did you all talk about as an option? Point blank. Where was this option that you all were talking about?
It was the top of the north spreader at Crystal Lake.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So council, we hold the power. Now we're getting back to my council member Long about the cow after cow after cow. With everything going on, I thought that was a home run. Nothing's going to happen up there. We can't keep pushing them back and back and back, and well, this and this. There's no reason why we can't make it, and he can help us draft to give them 2 years, 3 years, just so they can keep moving and we can work this thing out. There's no reason why we can't do that, even if we don't support them being there, because nothing is going to happen there. I don't understand, with everything that's being presented respectfully, how we can't, oh yeah, okay, we can do it for 2 or 3 years and we can kick it down and come to whatever resolution, but give them some certainty, because there's some seniors here and juniors, and they get 4 years gets them through anybody that started high school, and they can graduate for the next point. We can do that. We don't have to have city manager do anything. That's where I am on it. But I will compromise anything to get them certainty so we're not coming back. And now they're working on this. Just, that's just my position. And I hope I didn't offend anyone, but we can do that. We can do that right now.
Yep.
I'd like to call a question.
All right, there's a call a question that's been issued. Is there a second for the call question?
I'll second the call to question.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra.
No.
This is on the call, the question.
No.
This is on the call a question.
Oh, sorry.
This is on the call a
Yes,
question.
yes,
only.
aye.
Lehman,
Ay, Dios.
it stops the discussion.
Yeah, call a question is no more discussion.
We'll go straight to a vote.
On the motion that was already made. This motion is, do we want to stop the discussion or not?
It's to end debate.
End the debate.
And you can't use a proxy.
I'm just trying to understand, because we're going in circles so much.
Yeah, well, put a seatbelt on. Good. So do you want to stop the debate? That's an aye if you do, and a nay if you do not.
No, I do not want to stop the discussion.
All right, so that would be a no.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
No.
Gunter,
No.
Kaduk.
No.
So that's 3 ayes and 5 nays. Motion failed.
Okay, so the debate is still open. And Councilmember Donnell, I think you were kind of cut off there with the motion, so I'll give the floor back to you first.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to put on the table, trying to move it forward. So thank you for the time, and that's all I have.
For me, real quick, I guess I have a little different perspective, but the similar methodology that you have, Councilmember Donnell. To me, we have to make a decision. For me, it's very simple. I've never supported the rowing club going to Tropicana Park, and I never will support the rowing club for going to Tropicana Park. That's 1 day, 2 weeks, 2 years, 20 years. To me, it doesn't matter. The time is not the issue with me. It's all the other factors that we've already discussed that I won't labor. Now, with that being said, for me, and I think our 4 colleagues had said or didn't make a motion to reconsider, I think you have to ask yourself, if you didn't make a motion to reconsider, is that because you didn't want them there or because it was a time issue? If the answer is you didn't think in your good judgment that they shouldn't be there, then why are we dragging this down the road even more? To me, that's putting salt on the wounds of these individuals. Let's, in my opinion, you make a decision whether they're going to Tropicana Park or they're not. If we don't have a reconsideration vote, what I don't want to do is come back, the same 4 people say, nope, I don't agree they should go to Tropicana Park. And all we did was waste time and put them through the ringer for several more weeks. We get paid to make the big decisions here. Whether some people are going to agree with them, some people will not. But to me, to open up Tropicana Park and a different type of access, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, to me, if you want to do that, just let them stay there. You know, it's kind of ridiculous to have that conversation and drag this on for another couple of weeks so we can come back again and it's going to be another 4-4 vote. That ain't fair to us or them. So I think you got to think long and hard with this motion, because what's on the table is them going to Tropicana Park. If those 4 individuals that wouldn't do a reconsideration, and if they don't think they could change just because they're going to be there for 2 years, was time the issue? Was it the 20-year lease? You know, because I haven't heard that in any of our discussions. It was always that we didn't feel Tropicana Park was in the best interest. That was 4. The other 4 were okay. So I think we got to think long and hard. Do we want to kick this can down the road and come up with the same decision and run them through the ringer for another month? To me, that doesn't make any sense. I'd rather make the decision tonight. Either they're going there, they're not. If they're not, let's figure out a plan B. So that's my 2 cents for what it's worth.
So, yeah, Mayor, you just convinced me. I'm going to change
Whose
my
turn is it to
resolution
speak?
to back out to Tropicana and just make it for a Plan B, non-Tropicana. If you want to.
Does the second agree?
He's saying that
He's taking Tropicana off the table, coming up with a plan B, but not Tropicana Park.
Why delay the decision?
I would second that.
We are still in discussion.
Yeah, well, we haven't made a
His light
motion.
was on. She was next.
All right, so the motion maker changed his motion. The second agrees. We will continue with the discussion now. Councilmember Long.
That was it. That was my whole point, was the ridiculousness of re-adding in Tropicana. If that was how you feel and the motion maker that did modify it to include it felt that way, then he could have just reconsidered and shortened it. But that apparently has been resolved. So that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Cadut.
Thank you. Yesterday, we all attended the city's strategic planning workshop. So I implore you to please open up Resolution 102-26. And when you scroll halfway down it, strategic plan alignment. Is this a strategic decision? Yes. And it's checkmarked city services and amenities. Deliver exceptional city services and high quality amenities. So we're going against our own strategic plan and we're wasting more money moving them to a different park. Make that make sense. You guys were here. You all sat there. You sat through it. So
Yesterday's meeting?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't voted on that. That was just a discussion.
this is part of the resolution 102-26, the original resolution for them being at Tropicana Park. It says, yes, it is part of the
Oh, I
city's
see.
strategic
The
plan.
backup material.
Yep. If you guys want to take a look at that resolution, it says it. So, I mean, it says right there that it is part of it. I agree. This is absolutely a strategic decision. We know that it failed 4-4 and that no one here is going to reconsider that. So we talked about it was safety. It was potential future boat traffic related to the Seven Islands development. What is it? It's that you don't want them at Tropicana Park. Why did you install the docks and approve the spending for that park? That's ridiculous. So again, what came out of yesterday's discussion was financial and fiscal responsibility. We're being fiscally irresponsible once again. It's a city strategic decision. It said it, yes, 102-26. Yes, it is. And you're going against the own strategic plan that has been put in place. Go Bond funded this. The people voted. They wanted this. We paid for it with our own wallets at the ballot box. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Yeah, the motion didn't mean for the city manager, when Tropicana Park was included in it, now it's been switched back again, it didn't mean that the city manager was supposed to bring back only that as an option, was a shorter lease. That was not the intent. The intent was that that wouldn't be totally taken off the table. So there might be three options. A lot that was spoken about there at Crystal Lake, the top of the spreader, or 2 years of Tropicana Park, and we'll figure out where they go next. Those could be the three that come back. If we're not going to have reconsideration tonight, if that allows it to go forward for the city manager to work on it, to know that that could be another option that's brought to us, then we all have, it becomes a multiple choice. And if you don't want to choose the Tropicana Park 2-year one, then you don't. You pick a different one. So that's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Lasper.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kaduke and Councilmember Steinke, I hear what you're saying, and I get it, right? I totally get it. I think what the mayor and Councilmember Long are saying, and the others who aren't going to reconsider, is they're never going to reconsider Tropicana Park. And I said this a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whenever our last meeting was, the goal has to be to get these kids a permanent home. Nobody wants that more than they do. And to Councilmember Donnell's point, when he stated, you've got juniors and seniors there that, they're trying to get these scholarships to go row at a 4-year university. And, you said, Mayor, there's no rush. They're not going to be kicked off of Seven Islands because nothing's happening there, right? The third island, right? Is that right? So nothing's happening there. And Councilmember Kaduke's like, well, exactly. Nothing's happening there. So what's the big deal? Let's just put them there temporarily until we find them a new home. But after hearing everything and having worked with, 2 of these gentlemen up here years ago and one when we made the vote in 2020, their minds aren't going to be changed. So we have to look at this from a quote unquote holistic perspective, in that the goal is Plan B, and what is that? And I'm not sold on Crystal Lake until, Councilmember Kaduke's point, we're going to spend more tax dollars getting that park correct and safe and functional for these kids when we already did all that at Tropicana Park. So I'm not really a fan of that, because it's just going to cost more money to make it right. If there's another area in the city that we don't have to spend as much taxpayer dollars to get these kids a permanent home and eventually a space to build a shell so they can store their boats, I'm all in. But the ultimate goal tonight is that these kids need a home. And if we can't sway the other 4, Councilmember Kaduke, Councilmember Steinke, Councilmember Donnell, to change their mind, then we need to move on and find them a home. And it makes me sad for many reasons, but the ultimate goal is we have to get them a permanent space. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, my only point with regards to pulling out, and the mayor got ahead of me, that's why I said I agreed and just left it, was if we were going to just include that, well, that component could be pulled out separately. We have all the other pieces for Tropicana. We've been talking about it for a month. So if that was the case, we could dispose of that tonight, whether you wanted it to be a 10-year or a 2-year. That's easy. All the other stuff for Tropicana is already there with regards to our knowledge of what was proposed. So that's why I said I wouldn't have supported it. The motion's been changed. If that was you guys' desire, and apparently if there is 5 of you to do it, then you can still make that motion after this one, whether it passes or not. Because again, if we're just talking about timelines, the Tropicana plans are already there. With regards to the motion on the table, again, still a little too broad. Anywhere, I mean, anywhere is crazy. I think we all have an idea of where that could potentially be. So to me, I've only heard of Crystal Lake. So I just don't want to put staff in a position where we're telling them all opportunities. What does that even mean? I'd assume that one of them would have presented themselves in the course of the last month if it wasn't Crystal Lake. And I'm not saying Crystal Lake is viable. That wasn't anything that I brought up. But yeah, I think we need to tighten it up the direction a little bit on the motion to make sure that if we're all talking about Crystal Lake, then we just say that. Otherwise, staff's going to be put in a tough spot to try to go out and you want to talk about wasting staff resources to go out and try to find something that I don't imagine exists. Otherwise, it would have already been brought up. So that was my only point. Thank you.
Real quick question for the city manager. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, have you had an opportunity to visit Crystal Lake with any contractors to take a look at if that's a viable option at Crystal Lake?
I was invited by Councilwoman Lehman to attend her review when she was up there.
Was there any other contractors? Was a contractor from?
The contractor who built the docks at Tropicana was there.
All right, and please elaborate on his assessment of Crystal Lake and if it's a viable option.
That's what Councilwoman Lehman was trying to bring forward next week.
Okay, I understand.
So what?
I'm asking you specifically.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Conversation.
I will. So what they were looking at was a plan that had from the seawall a dock that allowed you to, instead of having to excavate, because we heard you would have to excavate 10, 12 feet. So they were looking at a dock coming off of the seawall. So it was much lower to the water. And then it would have a ramp down to the floating dock. And it would require some excavation upwind of the seawall to continue to soften the grade. But that's what they were discussing.
So that was a viable option in his opinion.
In his opinion, it was a viable option. And I believe that's what Councilwoman Lehman met with the rowing club to try to see, does this work? Does it not work? I think that's why she wanted to discuss it.
Okay. And I can understand, Councilmember Long, one thing I think that we got to be careful is making that too broad of an approach. And so we got to be careful there, because we just don't know. We might have the city manager and his staff running around, might meet with, the rowing club, and they might say, well, this here is good or that there is there. And the next thing you know, we got going all over the place. So, that's something, we'll have to either redefine or see how the motion prevails. But for me, I have spoken to another dock contractor. I visited the site myself. I do believe Crystal Lake is a viable and good plan B. And I would like to see us possibly explore that first. If it comes back that it's not a viable option, then hey, we're going to have to go look somewhere else. But all of the discussion that I think all of us on this dais have either had with the rowing club or outside individuals like contractors, I think we've only talked about Crystal Lake. Yeah. Yeah, the top of at Crystal Lake. I know the city manager had an option. I'm sure you guys discussed it. I know he did with me, and I'll put it out there. Locate them across the street at Tropicana Park and still utilize Tropicana Park. There's apparently some property over there, but it's right next to residential homes. We still haven't built the roundabout. Then the kids are going to have to drag the boats across the street over to Tropicana Park. I don't think that's a great option at all. So I wouldn't support that. But between that and Crystal Lake, that's all I've heard of any discussion. So if we think it's Crystal Lake as Plan B, I think that's the direction we need to give the city manager to at least bring that information back to us. Then we'll decide if it is. of the North Spreader at Crystal Lake, because I've heard about alligators in Crystal Lake. Yeah, we're not talking about in the lake. We're talking about that. No, it's not. Yeah. We're talking about the spreader. Councilmember Kadook?
Thank you. So who's paying for this? We are, the people, the taxpayers? Who's paying for the new dock? Where's it going? Why not just put it at JC Park? Since we're about to take out some debt, let's just add to that and put them at JC Park. Put them at all the parks, actually. Let's just build a dock at every single park that we own. I don't understand. If it's already built and yesterday, we're told fiscal responsibility. Here we are being fiscally irresponsible. Purposeful built dock ready to use at Tropicana. Now we're going to use staff resources, spend more money, engineer a new thing, put it at another park. Make that make sense. That is fiscally irresponsible. I do not agree with that. Thank you.
Councilmember Stankey?
If I just want to make sure I understand, because there's this differentiation between top of the spreader and Crystal Lake. The lot that we originally looked at that was presented as an alternative that had the huge slope required to get down to the water, that seemed to be right there adjacent to Crystal Lake. When you say top of the spreader, are you talking about one click further west at the very top on the outside of that? What's the difference between Crystal Lake and top of the spreader? Because Crystal Lake isn't right on the spreader.
Do you remember the discussion that we had regarding the dragon boats?
Yes.
You remember the seawall, and then right next to the seawall, there was a red box that was said, we took the equivalent size of what they had at the Burnt Store boat ramp and we superimposed it there.
Okay.
That is exactly where the contractor was discussing putting a wooden dock, like a homeowner dock, off of the seawall to have a larger landing area on the top, and then having the ramp, the gangplank, heading to the south to a floating dock.
Okay.
So if that is to happen, then I just have to shift. And this is the reason why we haven't worked on the agreement with the Dragon Boat Club is I can't, if that is a solution that is going to pass, maybe not, maybe that's 442, but I can't put two, I need certainty for at least one, if not two of these groups, right? So if I put them there and then turn right around and say, well, now we can't do it. Now we are forcing an issue with a club. The Dragon Boaters only need, so let's get this straight. The Dragon Boaters only need storage. They are going to trailer their boat around to the boat ramp and launch their boat. So for them, it's just about storage space in that vicinity. They don't need a specific access to water like you've heard of with the rowing club. The rowing club, you've heard say height above water is important because they need to be able to carry the boats.
Get it?
So in that case, where you have a seawall that's only 36 inches above water, and then having a dock that goes out, a bigger platform to walk on, maneuver the boat, and then ramp down, that then would become a priority if that is something that is acceptable over putting the dragon boats there who don't need to use it at all.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, just let me go back and circle around on this thing. My whole focus on this is making the right long-term decision. We're talking in terms of a 25-year lease. And originally, I know we've heard projections that it was not going to be viable to stay in the current location beyond a year or two, but that wasn't an immediate removal situation. So we can continue that operation, although maybe not be the optimum one. As part of our strategic plan, the prior strategic plans, and including some discussion that is not in the approved plan yet, are activation of other waterway access points. I don't see anything that would disqualify activating another water access point through Crystal Lake. And not necessarily Crystal Lake, but it is that horseshoe area where we own across from the seawall and across from the boat ramp that we're talking about. So that would become a second potential activation point up there. The logic behind that is that it removes you further from the Seven Islands project, which we all know is going to have additional traffic. And whether or not you believe there's a safety issue there or not, the fact that the propensity of traffic is going to be higher there and anywhere lower on the spreader from where currently Crystal Lake is. As you move further south, you're going to have, just logically speaking, it brings on more traffic. And so, yeah, we could have another water activation point in Crystal Lake. And from a long-term standpoint, it just makes logic that we should be up in Crystal Lake. And so that's why I'm there for it. That's why I support it. And as an option to continue them at the current location where they are. And I don't see any immediacy in moving that. The developer has commented, from what I understand, that there will be no problem. At least they won't be needing to be extracted from there for another year or two. So that gives us plenty of time to figure out what is the right thing to do at Crystal Lake as an option. So that's why I'm supporting it this way. I'm looking for a long-term solution.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you. Last time, I hope. Mr. City Manager, there are no other options at all other than Crystal Lake and the place that's across the street from Tropicana Park now? Really? None?
If you want me to just brainstorm, I can do that too.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. And
we got access to the river, we've got access to a reservoir, we've got access to Gator Slough.
would the developer allow them to stay where they are permanently?
I called the developer the day of the vote because I had a feeling that you guys were going to be 4-4 from the previous cow, and asked him if this doesn't move forward, could there be time for council to figure out what to do? And they said they could, 3 months would be no problem. I didn't ask them for any more. I just said probably take about 3 months because I'm considering May and then going into hiatus.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. So they're not safe at Tropicana Park, but they're safe at the third island of the Seven Islands. I mean, that's what I just heard Councilmember Kilrain say.
That's not what I said.
Well, potential future.
I said the propensity is for them to be less safe
I have the
there.
floor.
Please, no talking.
Don't misquote me.
I'm not misquoting. Safety is the concern and potential future boat traffic. That is what you stated. That is what the notes say from our last meeting. Potential future boat traffic. They're in those waterways right now. How is Tropicana Park not safe? And at that point, why are we not removing the dock altogether then? It's not safe for anyone then. That doesn't make sense. We've paid $450,000 plus to install this dock. Now we're gonna go spend money at a different park. Yacht Club, JC Park, Crystal Lake Park, put them anywhere. Put them at all the parks. That's ridiculous. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of permeated into this discussion is the cost of the future, whatever that future facility might be. I didn't condition my last no vote on any of the stuff that we've discussed tonight. And so for that reason, I'm curious who, under all these scenarios, Crystal Lake, is it, let's just call the three dissenters besides myself, is it the opinion that you're okay moving them to Crystal Lake and the city footing that bill? You don't necessarily have to answer, but if that's the case, I'm not supportive of that either. If we're moving money here and over there, you're not going to get a yes from me for that either. And if that's the case, I'll turn it around. And if you guys are saying let's move money, I'll switch my vote and do Tropicana. I was under the impression originally. Listen.
Come on, do we need to have another break?
But that's only because I never had a discussion about spending money and moving to Crystal Lake. My vote was no, period. I never supported the rowing club at Tropicana. There's no secret to the rowing club. And I'm pretty steadfast in that. But my reason was never based on, I don't support them there because I want to spend the money elsewhere. The money was spent. I didn't support spending the money, to be clear. I voted yes on the park because there was a million other line items in that park as well. I was a no vote on any rowing club decision before that. So yeah, you'll see a yes vote on me for the park. That's my park. That's in my district. I'm not going to vote no on a park because I was in the minority of the rowing club votes prior to that. I lost. That it is what it is. I said yes to the building of the park because of the money. So the fiscal thing, sure, we can keep beating that drum. But I agree. When I said no, it wasn't no because I want to spend more money somewhere else. So I guess obviously that blows everything up here. But I'm just now learning that we're all apparently just setting the fact that we're going to spend more money at another park. I'm not supportive of that. And I never have been. You can go back and listen. So do with that what you will.
Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah. Councilmember Long, no. Not talking about spending more city money. No. Hear me out. There are different, all right. As much as everyone wants to keep saying that, oh, the NWNA is against the rowing club, they are not. There are corporate sponsors with the NWNA who are,
If you can't hold
willing,
your laughs or your comments, please go out in the hallway.
they are willing to pay to enable the move to the top of the North Spreader at Crystal Lake. Also, the contractor is also discounting and donating in a lot of cases, like all the grading that has to be done. They are willing to donate that for the move to the top of the North Spreader. So what I am trying to accomplish is not to have the city spend more money to, as Councilmember Kaduk puts it, be fiscally responsible. I am working on this. Just to let you know.
Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Lehman, but again, I go back to that liability piece. I go back to, I wouldn't want my kid rowing on a dock that was moved by a contractor, although maybe they are an approved contractor by the city. I would want the city to assume that liability. I'm not comfortable with that. And Councilmember Long, you're right. I mean, I don't see how we wouldn't be investing any money in Crystal Lake because of that riffraff and because of that steep incline. And Councilmember Lehman just said she has someone who's willing to volunteer to level that and get rid of all of that. And I personally would not be comfortable with that. I mean, I would want the city to invest in this to make sure that it's safe and liable. So, for that, I'm concerned about, spending additional dollars. I mean, I struggle because I want these kids to have a permanent home, and that should be our goal. That should be our plan B. But thinking like a rower and not a voter, I don't see how Crystal Lake can work unless we invest money in it, just from my own, knowledge and experience and from seeing it. Thank you, Mayor.
Seeing no other lights on, Madam City Clerk, could you advise what the motion was again?
So Councilmember Kilrain amended the motion to come up with a plan B for the rowing club, but not at Tropicana Park. And a second was provided by Councilmember Lehman.
All right. Seeing no other lights on, please call the roll.
Kilrain,
Yes.
Lastra,
No.
Lehman,
Yes.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduk,
No.
5 ayes, 3 nays, motion carried.
Okay. Let's move on to the next topic of discussion, which is reports. And we will move on to reports, first of which is going to be Councilmember Steinke.
No report.
Councilmember Donnell. Councilmember Kaduke.
On April 23rd, I attended the Youth Council Sponsors Thank You event at Nice Guys. On April 24th, I presented for the junior leadership class here in Chambers alongside Senator Martin and staff from Byron Donald's office. On April 27th, I attended the Government Affairs Committee meeting for the Chamber of Commerce of Cape Coral, where a staff member, Todd Hoagland, provided a very informative update about code. On April 28th, I attended the Chicken Salad Chick event in my district. On April 30th, I sponsored a table for Dress for Success, and I hope Councilmember Lasher raised a tremendous amount of money for her great cause. On April 1st, I had the opportunity to film a TV segment at JC Park. JC Park is beautiful, it's active, it's being used by many families and children and residents enjoying the waterfront. It's something that we all wanted to see. But this is also where I want to pause and talk about the bigger picture here, because it's not about the park. It's about how the process got there and how we got there. I had our financial director say in the record today that we're taking about $18 million in debt. That's how we're funding this project. That's how it is being funded. So I think it's fair to ask how this project moved ahead of other projects that the voters themselves approved and funded back in 2018 with the GO bond. Projects just like Yellow Fever Creek, unfinished. Festival Park, unfinished. Tropicana Park, here we are talking about that tonight. People went to the ballot box and voted for that with their wallets and their votes. Lake Mead, the Yacht Club, all priorities identified by people in this city. It wasn't just conversations like JC Park. Yet here we are talking again about taking on additional public debt, probably more to move the rowing club somewhere else, another dock somewhere else. And it didn't go through the same level of public approval where there was a significant neighborhood opposition through this whole process. But the NWA did. Okay. Again, it's not against being about the park. JC Park is beautiful. I loved it when I was there. It was great. Can't wait for the ribbon cutting. We need to be fiscally responsible. We need to be transparent. We need to respect the priorities that the residents have already made clear for us. And I want to formally request a full accounting on expenses for JC Park. And if you could, Mr. City Manager, add a column in there for the May 9th event and what the projected maintenance costs will be going forward. And also in the same spirit of transparency and accountability, I want to also address a few outstanding items that we've been waiting for answers on. The Bimini East proposal, that process concluded on October 30th of last year. And we've been in the cone of silence, I believe is what it's called. It's been an extended period of time now, and I would respectfully like to request an update because are negotiations progressing? Are we at a standstill? When can council expect to see this?
I will tell you that a development of the size we're talking about, like the Cape Coral Town Center, took us almost a year to negotiate that developer's agreement.
So negotiations are progressing?
We are meeting every 2 weeks, sometimes twice a week. And we are, yes, absolutely.
Okay, good.
There is a team assigned. They are sharing documents. They are negotiating, getting closer to an agreement. But an investment in a community of the size we're talking about is not something that you can do.
No, totally agree. But that's why I wanted you to give an update. Like, are we at a standstill? Are we still negotiating?
Absolutely not. Nope.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Perfect. Additionally, I had to rewatch our April 1st discussion back. And please don't take this as being blindsided because I told you in my one-on-one with you, it was regarding the Lee BIA MOU. And I was very concerned to see that on April 24th, you sent out an email terminating the CCCIA MOU. This action, it raises lots of questions for me. I mean, I thought we were pretty clear up here that evening that we were just going to be adding the Lee BIA to this. And instead, you then terminated the CCCIA. And it's not a good look when they, brought the audit forward from the state. And I don't like that. Yesterday, I attended the city's strategic planning workshop at the Westin, and it was a productive session where, fiscal responsibility came out of there. So I hope everyone takes that to heart. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, April 16th, I attended BI networking meeting on the 21st. The CCCI met with Mr. Wade Cunninger and Donovan. On the 22nd, of course, the Cal. April 22nd, also J.C. Park tour. Mike, city manager, gave an excellent tour of the facility then. April 23rd, went to Cape Christian Leadership. Also, a TDC workshop on the 23rd, and the Minneapolis Model Grand Opening on the 23rd. On the 24th, Crystal Lake Park, Arbor Day proclamation was done where I actually planted 300 trees that day. It was an amazing work product. On the 24th, Friends of Wildlife 35-year celebration. The 25th, attended the Cape Coral Cultural Fest for the History Museum. And on the 28th, Capriata Sandwich grand opening. And then on the 29th, Chicken Salad Chicken grand opening. Let's see, on April 30th, City Appreciation Day, and the staff and did a great job of putting that together. Well attended. I think that event's getting better each year. May 1st, Pelican Playground groundbreaking, and yesterday, strategic planning. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'll say that I attended the media tour of JC Park. It was beautiful. I'm excited for the ribbon cutting tomorrow. Second, I participated. Oh, sorry. What day is it? Sorry.
Maybe Thursday soon.
Okay. Thank you, my elder. I'm just kidding. Media. Now who's the elder? Media tour JC Park. It was beautiful. I'm excited for the ribbon cutting on Friday. It's gorgeous. I walked it Sunday morning. It was very quiet and cold, actually, and it was beautiful. So kudos to our team for getting that done quickly and getting it so beautiful. I hope the same for the old golf course. I attended ribbon cutting at the playground at Pelican Soccer Complex last Friday, and it's beautiful. That's another gorgeous amenity that we have. We did have our youth council thank you party, and I attended Law and Order Ball. I attended a Law and Order Ball fundraiser where I was a bartender with Amira Fox. It was amazing. And lastly, I would like to ask for a second. Not lastly, but I would like to ask for a second. We've gotten a lot of emails and a lot of different scenarios where individuals are concerned about the noise ordinance. I know I received, and I think the mayor received the same email. I saw your name on it from someone who's concerned about noise during the day from an Airbnb that's nearby. I've been talking to the chief a lot over the last few months between Slipaway and some of these Airbnbs and daytime noise in your house versus nighttime noise. And I want to know if I can get a second to work on this and make some updates to it. And I'll do it in conjunction with the city manager and the police chief if I could get a second. And I'll bring it forward for a Cal before, if I can get a second.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank
As
you.
long as we don't fight.
What?
As long as we don't fight.
Oh, I got an idea for that.
If you do fight, keep the noise down.
Yeah, I know, right? I have an idea. So I wanted to just put this bee in your bonnet, as we say in the South. I want to offer this. I want to know, first of all, and you don't have to answer me tonight because I know we're tired and cranky. I know I am. I want to know if you guys would get in a rowboat, in one of these rowing boats.
Yes.
You would? What?
I have been.
I know, but would you do it? Would you do it with me?
No.
No? Joe, you party pooper. Come on. I was thinking it would be really great if we could have like a row down showdown and we could do a fundraiser for this club where council and mayor got in these boats and we rowed against each other, potentially a 4 and a 4.
I'll be there.
And just so you know, you may or may not want to practice, but I would need you all to participate, because it won't work if you say no, because it is a true team sport. And if you're missing one person from the seat, it won't work. So just put that bee in your bonnet. I'll ask you when we're all in better moods. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lehman.
I'm going to say no report. Everybody knows I've been all over the place. Beyond that, I'm sorry. It's 9:36. Enough.
All right, I'm not going to provide my report, but I am going to talk about one thing quite quickly here. As we all know, we back on February 25th, we give some direction to try to come to an agreement regarding the bistro down at J.C. Park. To date, we still do not have that agreement. I know the city attorney has been meeting with us individually and talking about a term sheet that it sounds like it's fairly developed. So what I would like to do is, and I can make a motion and pass the gavel if need be, is direct the city manager to work with the Kearns Group over the next 2 weeks to try to see if we can get this deal completed, or at least have a viable term sheet brought back to us that all parties agree to. Our next meeting is on the May 20th. Just like Councilmember Kaduke says, we got a lot of things out here that are just seems to be dragging on. And now that the park's open and we're still, in my opinion, no more closer than ever. So with that being said.
No need to pass the gavel, Mayor. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right. Any other discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain. Lastra.
Aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Gaduk.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, and that's all I have. Mr. City Attorney, report.
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
First thing is next week's Cal. Right now, the agenda that administration has is only 3 informational items that probably won't last more than an hour. We don't have to have the meeting, so I'll leave it up to you. It really is nothing more than us advising you on how the golf course is doing, how Sunsplash is doing. I'm sorry. Yeah, the golf course, Sunsplash, and we had a discretionary funding program. I can send you all the reports.
Well, if that's all we have.
Motion to cancel the Cal
Second.
meeting scheduled for next
Second.
Wednesday.
Second.
Any other discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
No.
Gunter.
Aye.
Gaduk.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion
Well-
We
carried.
still have a CRA meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll have the CRA, but we won't have the count. Okay, so the next thing is you all know that we have scheduled for May 9th, our grand reopening of the J.C. Park. And I just wanted to get some information out there because several of you have asked me, what is the plan? Where are all the people going to park? And so I wanted to just make sure that we put that out there for the community. It's also going to go out on social media. Melissa, if you have the overhead going. No?
I think that cuts off at 9 o'clock, I think.
While we're pulling that up, I do want to answer I'll answer a little bit of Councilwoman Kaduke's question about how J.C. Park is done sooner than some of the others and how we got here. This park really came forward on an unsolicited P3. And in that unsolicited P3, a vendor, even though that vendor is no longer with us, identified a revenue stream that would help pay for the park. And that really is what convinced council to move it forward as a qualifying public project and then ultimately move it forward. Now, that didn't pan out the way it was intended, but that's how it got to move forward. Initially, What was in the plan and what we were intending on doing was just activating the waterfront with a dock, which interestingly, what we have now doesn't even have a dock. So the original intent of what we were trying to do is completely different. Okay, so with that, oh, that's a little rough. But anyway, if you know First Church right at Coronado and Del Prado, you will see that's number 1. Number 2 is Veterans Park, which is right off of Del Prado. Number 3 and number 4 are behind the Brotherhood and the property that we gave a grant to knock down that one building off of. And then number 5 is down by the church. I forget the name of that church. It's a big open lot. We have agreements. We either have an agreement or we have the right to use Veterans Park. So this is where all of the offsite parking is intended on being. We are going to run a shuttle from these to JC Park. So as you come in Beach Parkway, if you want to, there's going to be a drop-off area. That's the red box on the south side there. There's going to be a drop-off area. So if you have a family, you want to drop off the kids and some bags, you drop them off, you turn out, and then you go back and you park out, and then you'll shuttle in. If you take an Uber and you ride share, you'll be able to drop off at the front entrance of the park, and then they leave. In addition to that, if you notice on the call out box on the right, which is a zoom in of the park, there is blue box. Those parking lots are going to be reserved for handicap parking. So for those of us that are residents that are handicapped, they will be able to, by showing the handicap sign, be able to park in the parking. Everybody else will be parking outside of the park and shuttling in. And then there's also a pickup for people that at the end of the night, we're going to have a drop off and a pickup. You'll get picked up and you'll head out. So I just wanted to show everybody that it is not the intent of this event to impact anybody on Beach Parkway. We intend on sending this to the residents that are, I think there's a Parkway Association president. We try to be very mindful of them, of their ingress and egress. We have police officers that are going to be in the event. We have sheriffs that are going to be in the event. There's going to be law enforcement there. So we believe that we've put together something that will allow us to enjoy the waterfront activation, watch a movie in the park, and be mindful of the community without parking all up and down their right of way.
How many? Six.
Run by city staff? Is it run by city staff?
I believe so, yeah.
Is anyone on overtime?
Yes, we put out a request for people to come in, yes.
So they're getting paid
All of
overtime?
all of our special events that we run, we pay for all of it.
Okay.
All of this stuff in the park is all being donated by private businesses and hosting it. So all those expenses are there. We're doing the transportation for the parking.
And the police and the fire?
I believe they're going to be in the event. I don't know if there's, I'll get all the expenses for you. I know you
Yeah,
asked.
thank you.
Is that related to your light? You have one? Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. City Manager?
No, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty, time and place of future meeting. We have a